Good morning. The inquest into the deaths of Raymond Jennings, Ronald Farrell, Edith Brownlee, Maria James, Margaret Brocklehurst, Keith Smith, Leonie Corrigan, Barry Gihan, Shirley Yates, Ms C.A., Blanche Billinghurst, David G., Victor Stone, Anne Fahey, Marko Vidakovic, Olive Grego, Faye Rendoth, Margaret Sullivan, and Alice Bacon are listed to commence hearing today. Before I take appearances and any applications for leave to appear, I would firstly like to, on behalf of the Coroners Court of New South Wales, acknowledge the Darug Nation and people as traditional custodians of the land on which the court is situated and their continuing connection to the land, culture and community. The court pays respect to Aboriginal elders past, present and future. The court also acknowledges Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the first peoples of Australia. I'll now take any appearances and applications for leave to appear.
Thank you, Your Honour. I announce my appearance. My name is Simon Buchan. I am counsel assisting Your Honour. I and Your Honour are also assisted by two other counsel. They are Ms Rugni Martois, who is seated on my left, and Mr Jake Harris, who is seated on my right. I'm also assisted by a team of practitioners from the Department of Communities and Justice. That team is headed by Mr Lincoln Chee, and in terms of the running of this hearing, Ms Kathleen McKinlay will perform a particularly important role. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Fordham.
Please, Your Honour, my name is Fordham. I appear with my learned friend Mr Fraser, instructed by Ms Talbot of the Crown Solicitor's Office. I appear in the interests of the New South Wales Ministry of Health, the Nepean Blue Mountains Local Health District, Associate Professor Brownlee, and I need leave to appear in the interests of Dr Kakat.
Yes, thank you. Have that leave.
If it pleases Your Honour, my name is Gail Furness and I appear with Joanna Davidson for the Commonwealth Department of Health and Aged Care, instructed by Clayton Utes.
Thank you, Ms Furness. Ms Richardson.
If the court pleases Richardson, I appear with my learned friend Ms Rose on behalf of Anglican Community Services, pursuant to leave previously granted.
Yes, thank you. Before I invite Senior Counsel Assisting to open the inquest, I would just like to say a few things by way of opening remarks, primarily to the family members and loved ones of the 19 people who are at the centre of these inquests, but also to those people in the courtroom and attending the inquest remotely who may not be familiar with inquest and the coronial process. Firstly, to the families and loved ones of Ray, Ron, Edith, Maria, Peg, Keith, Leonie, Barry, Shirley, Miss C.A., Blanche, David, Victor, and Marko, Olive, Faye, Margaret and Alice. Firstly, thank you very much for being here today in person, and also if you are attending remotely via the live stream. In case any of those family members have not been at a previous directions hearing, I just wanted to take a moment to introduce myself to you all, both in person, as it were, but also virtually. My name is Derek Lee. I'm one of the Deputy State Coroners for New South Wales. Firstly, may I express my condolences and deepest sympathies personally on behalf of the Counsel Assisting team and also the Coroners Court to you all, and also to those family members who can't be here in person or are unable to join the live stream today for whatever reason. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge several things that are unique to the coronial process, to inquests and to your experiences. Firstly, the coronial process begins at a time when the family members and loved ones of a person who has died are experiencing a profound and traumatic event. These family members and loved ones have no choice or say as to whether the coronial process should begin or not. The coronial process is therefore, regrettably, an intrusion into the lives of these family members and loved ones at a time where most would understandably prefer to grieve in private. The coronial process is confronting. It is distressing. It is not well understood within the community. Comparatively speaking, most members of our community who have lost a loved one will not have to experience in any way the coronial process which you as family members and loved ones are or have been experiencing and are still experiencing. Even fewer members of our community will find themselves in a courtroom at the later stages of the coronial process. Recognising these matters, I am extremely grateful to the family members and loved ones who are present either in person or attending the inquest remotely today and who are engaging with the coronial process in such difficult circumstances. Secondly, I've already mentioned that most members of our community who have lost a loved one will understandably prefer to grieve in private. An inquest, regrettably, does not allow for such privacy. So it's important to acknowledge that over the next 3 weeks, there will be undoubtedly moments during these inquests which will be upsetting to family members and force them to relive distressing memories. Similarly, it should also be recognised that some witnesses who will be called to give evidence during the inquest will also be asked to recall and describe events which are upsetting. This evidence will no doubt also affect other persons who are not being called to give evidence, but who have first-hand experience of the events which are the focus of these inquests. Third, one of the main reasons why these inquests are occurring in a public forum such as a courtroom is to ensure that there is a transparent, independent and comprehensive investigation of the events which are central to these inquests. Fourth, any inquest seeks to closely examine the manner of a person's death and the circumstances surrounding that death. One purpose in doing so is so that findings can be made as required by legislation regarding the identity of the person who has died, the date and the place of their death, and the cause and the manner of their death. Another purpose in doing so is to identify whether there have been any shortcomings or deficiencies associated with any aspect of the circumstances surrounding that person's death. This is not to assign fault or blame to any individual or organisation. Rather, it is to identify whether these circumstances suggest that there is an opportunity to learn, to change, and to improve with broader considerations in mind. So whilst an inquest necessarily looks back in time, it does so with a forward-thinking focus. These broader considerations typically have a view towards the health and safety of the wider community at large and aims to reduce the possibility of a similar adverse event from occurring again. These broader considerations have particular significance in light of the ongoing response to the COVID-19 pandemic at an individual level and at broader organisational levels. Finally, since at least January 2020, the publication of statistics in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic has been a daily occurrence. The 19 people at the centre of these inquests are very much a part of those statistics. However, these inquests do not in any way seek to view these people, their experiences, and the experiences of their families and loved ones as mere statistics. These inquests will seek to understand their experiences. In doing so, it will be the aim of these inquests to examine and conduct the proceedings in a sensitive way that is most respectful to the families and loved ones of the individuals who have died. It will also be the aim of these inquests to dignify their lives and what their loss means to those who feel their loss most deeply and still continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Buchan.
Your Honour, firstly, just returning to the issue of appearances, there are also some parties who have an interest in this, in the inquests, who are appearing by way of audio-visual link.
I see.
And you may want to take their appearance as well.
Thank you.
Your Honour, Michael Palfrey, I appear with leave previously granted for the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Palfrey.
Thank you.
Any other appearances remotely? Yes.
Sorry. Yes, Your Honour. Ms. Clark from Shine Lawyers. We represent the families of Leonie Corrigan, Victor Stone, Anne Fahey. Apologies, I have COVID and my brain has a little bit slowed down today. Anne Fahey, Victor Stone, Leonie Corrigan, Margaret Sullivan, and there is one more, apologies, but we have leave previously granted as well.
Alice Bacon as well.
Alice Bacon, thank you. Apologies, COVID has done a number on me.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Mr. Buchan.
These are inquests into the deaths of the 19 people who died during a COVID-19 outbreak at Newmarch House in April and May of 2020. Newmarch House was placed into lockdown early in the pandemic on 23 March 2020. However, on 11 April, a member of staff was found to be COVID positive. The next day, the first resident tested positive. A total of 37 out of 97 residents tested positive by the end of the month. 34 staff members also tested positive for COVID. Tragically, 19 of those 37 residents died. This figure represents a high fatality rate. More than 2 years have now elapsed since these deaths. The world has also changed significantly in that time. But that does not mean that they are now less important. The residents who died were loved and cherished by their families and by their respective communities. Your Honour's inquest will honour their passing. It will provide an opportunity for the families to detail their experiences and to voice their concerns about what happened. Your Honour will also hear from members of medical and care staff who tried to care for the residents in difficult and sometimes traumatic circumstances. It is a time to reflect on the events at Newmarch House and to consider the lessons that have been learned. And, where it is able to do so, these inquests will seek to identify further matters that should improve the response to future outbreaks in the residential aged care setting. Let me first say something about the nature of these inquests, and in particular Your Honour's role in that process. An inquest is a public hearing to consider the circumstances of death. It provides an opportunity to examine the circumstances that led to death, including close consideration of critical decisions that were made. However, it is not the purpose of an inquest to blame or to punish anyone for the death. The holding of an inquest does not itself mean that any particular person or persons is or are guilty of wrongdoing. Your Honour's findings must not indicate or in any way suggest that an offence has been committed by any person. The primary function of an inquest is to identify the circumstances in which the deaths occurred. At the conclusion of this inquest, Your Honour is required by Section 81 of the Coroners Act 2009 to record in writing the fact that a person has died and to also record the person's identity the date and place of the person's death, and the manner and cause of death. There are, therefore, 5 questions for these inquests to answer. Who died? Where and when they died? And how and in what circumstances they died? Many of those questions can be answered in relation to the 19 people who died at Newmarch House. In some cases, the focus of the evidence will be on the medical cause of death, and in particular, whether COVID-19 contributed to death. Although all 19 people tested COVID positive prior to their deaths, it is not clear in every case that COVID-19 was the direct cause of death. In other cases, the focus will be on the manner of death. That means the circumstances in which the particular death occurred. Attention will necessarily turn to what processes were in place to provide for the person's care and the adequacy of those processes. A secondary or further purpose of an inquest is conferred by Section 82 of the Coroners Act. Your Honour may, if it is necessary or desirable, make recommendations in relation to any matter connected with the deaths. That involves identifying any lessons that can be learned from the deaths and considering whether anything could or should be done differently in the future. These opening remarks will be relatively lengthy. That is in part because there were 19 deaths over a period of several weeks. The investigation into those 19 deaths has been extensive. In the more than 2 years that have passed since the relevant events, many of the facts about what occurred have become known. The brief of evidence, which will be tendered at the commencement of the evidence, now comprises 75 volumes of material. That large body of evidence will be before the court and will be able to be considered when it comes to interested parties making submissions and, Your Honour, making findings about what occurred. As a consequence of the matters that I've just set out, it will be neither necessary nor possible to refer to all of the evidence during this 3-week hearing. And because of that fact, it's appropriate that I provide a relatively detailed overview of the events now. To inform the scope of Your Honour's inquests, an issues list has been prepared. That describes 6 broad areas of interest, namely preparedness, communication and visits, hospital in the home, staffing, infection control, including personal protective equipment or PPE, as Your Honour will hear many times during the inquest, and the causes of death. We anticipate that Your Honour will find that many of those areas are now less controversial than they once were. Or are subject to a body of written evidence that illuminates those particular circumstances. For that reason, the inquests will focus on the decision or decisions to care for unwell residents within the home, rather than pursuing other options, such as transfer to hospital for care and treatment. Implementation of the hospital in the home approach will come under scrutiny, and that will require consideration of the conditions and the adequacy of the care and treatment that the 19 residents received at Newmarch House. Now, while we anticipate that that will be a focus of the inquests, that doesn't mean that the other issues have been abandoned, and Your Honour will still have regard to those other issues when formulating your findings at the conclusion of the inquests. We expect that the evidence will show that the problems that occurred in staffing, in communication with families, problems in the management of the home, also significantly impacted on the care of residents and in turn the course of the outbreak. Another reason for focusing the scope of these inquests is that there have been 6 previous reviews conducted into the outbreak at Newmarch House since June of 2020, including a hearing held during the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety. Each of those processes or inquiries considered different aspects of the outbreak, and I will describe some of the outcomes later during this opening. However, those other inquiries did not focus on the individuals who died. And those 19 individuals who Your Honour named in your opening remarks will be the focus of this inquest. And it is to them now that I turn. It is not possible during an opening address of this kind to detail all the important events that occurred in the lives of the 19 people who passed away. For that reason, the assisting team has prepared a summary of the evidence relating to each person who died, and we anticipate that that summary will play a role in questioning and form a basis potentially of submissions and findings. That summary has been circulated to the families of the deceased and interested parties. I should emphasise that it is by no means a final document. It is a summary that has been drawn before this hearing has commenced. I expect that it will be amended and supplemented as necessary as the inquest progresses. It will be informed by the evidence that is heard during this hearing. Notwithstanding that summary, it is still important to say something at the outset about each of the 19 people who passed away. And I will do so now in the chronological order in which they died. First of all, Raymond Jennings. Ray Jennings was the first of the Newmarch House residents to die on 18 April 2020, just 4 days after he took a PCR test which confirmed he was positive. He was 93 years old. His family were first informed of the positive result on the morning of 16 April. Ray is survived by his 2 children, Susan and Glenn, 3 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. His wife of 65 years, Beryl, passed away in 2015. I anticipate that Susan O'Neill, Ray's daughter, will give evidence in the inquest. Ray worked as an engineer and a manager of a plastics factory. He was a physically active man throughout his life. He played tennis, golf, and bowls. At the age of 92, his health declined, particularly after he developed shingles, and he moved into Newmarch House in 2018. He was a frail elderly man with some cognitive decline who'd likely had moderate vascular dementia or Parkinson's disease, along with a number of other comorbidities. Ray was sadly bedbound and did not leave his room. He could not stand or walk unaided and required a high level of care with his activities of daily living. He sought the assistance from staff by clapping and buzzing. Ray did not socialise much with the other residents or participate in special events or activities, but rather he was fulfilled by the company of his family. Members of Ray's family visited him every day apart from Sundays. Prior to the outbreak, there were no time limits to visits, although from 23 March 2020, when Newmarch went into lockdown, those visits became window visits. Ray's family also maintained contact with him by speaking to him on his mobile phone. His daughter Sue believed that prior to the COVID outbreak, Newmarch House lived up to its reputation of being one of the most respected and sought-after aged care facilities in the Penrith area. They're her words. Prior to the outbreak, the family felt that Ray's physical and emotional needs were being met and that he was in a safe and caring environment. Communication had also been good and transparent. The family were grateful for the gentle manner in which Ray and other residents, including those with dementia, were treated, and that everyone from the manager to the cleaner greeted you with a smile. They had particular praise for Melinda Burns, who was the manager at Newmarch House. On the day before his death, a message was relayed to Ray that his family loved him. Ray said he loved them too. This communication was important to the family, and that was the final time that the family heard from Ray prior to his passing. Secondly, Ronald Farrell. Ron Farrell was the second of the residents to pass at Newmarch House at age 94 on the 19th of April. He had taken a PCR test on 14 April, which returned a positive result. His daughter, Virginia, found out the result in passing on 17 April following a call from Melinda Burns. Virginia does not believe that Ron was aware that he had tested positive prior to his death. Ron and his wife of close to 50 years, Margaret, had 7 children: Julie, Christine, Francis, Virginia, Mark, Jennifer, and Grant. Ron joined the Air Force when he was 18 years old, and after the Second World War, he worked as an auctioneer and stock and stud agent. Ron commenced the first volunteer bushfire brigade at Forestville. He was involved with Neighbourhood Watch, and he was very active in the community. Ron was a generally healthy man throughout most of his life. He was diagnosed with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and emphysema in late 2017. And he was prescribed oxygen on a low dose, but was able to do daily tasks without it. An hour without oxygen would cause him to panic. He had a range of other medical conditions which made him particularly vulnerable, and he moved into Newmarch House in 2013, believing he was no longer safe to live alone. Ron was independent and social and was able to look after himself while at Newmarch House. He participated in many social activities like cooking, carpet bowls, the fortnightly men's group over toasties and milkshakes. His daughter Virginia would visit twice a week, taking him out for lunch, washing his clothes, and delivering the Sunday paper. He enjoyed a sherry while watching the news and just before bed. He appeared to enjoy his life at Newmarch House, and the family believed that prior to the outbreak, Ron received a good level of care and that communication was good. Ron experienced difficulties breathing in the days prior to his death. Virginia was asked to complete an end-of-life care plan the day before he passed away. A nurse, Emma Cardwell, remained with Ron in his room until he passed away. Edith Brownlee. Edith Brownlee died on the 21st of April 2020, a week after she tested positive for COVID. She was aged 92. She was found by staff sitting in a chair and unresponsive. Edith was born in Taree, married for over 40 years and had 4 children. Edith Margaret, I should say, Christopher and Lawrence. She had 11 grandchildren and 15 great-grandchildren. Edith was a stay-at-home mother. She enjoyed gardening, reading, housework and walking her dog and babysitting her grandchildren. She only ever wore dresses. Edith had a number of health issues, primarily relating to her heart. She suffered loss of consciousness numerous times at Newmarch House, including 3 times during March 2020. Edith mostly slept, but she would socialise with residents in the dining room, speak with the nurses, the tea lady and other staff members. From 2019, she became more withdrawn and spent most of her time in her room, watching TV or reading the monthly delivery of books from Penrith Library. Edith's family felt she was well looked after at the home. They were upset by the media report, which described it as a house of horrors. They felt the carers were kind and caring towards Edith. Maria James. Maria James was only 78 years old when she died on the 23rd of April 2020. She had tested positive on 14 April, and her family were informed of that fact on the 15th of April. She was, by all accounts, a strong and determined woman who had suffered a great deal of hardship, but also who had much joy in her life. She had 3 daughters, Patricia and Nicole to her first husband and Michelle to her second. The first husband was a policeman who sustained a severe head trauma after a motorcycle accident while on duty, leaving him with permanent personality changes. After some time, they divorced. Maria, as a single mother with no financial assistance at all, raised her 2 daughters while juggling full-time work as a registered nurse and midwife. Her second husband was a violent man under whose hands she suffered abuse for years. She continued to work, only ever taking time off work for her injuries to heal. By the time she left her second husband, she was able to sustain the mortgage over the family home and lived there until she moved into Newmarch House. Her greatest loves were her Catholic faith, her 3 daughters and 2 granddaughters, and gardening. Her daughter Patricia describes her as intelligent with a quick wit and a great capacity to love. Maria had several health conditions. In January 2020, she was diagnosed with adenocarcinoma, which required palliative care nursing. She had cancer in her pelvis, lower spine and lung, which required constant pain medication. Due to her palliative care needs, the family decided to move her from Nepean Hospital to Newmarch House on 31 March 2020. She died just 3 weeks later. She contracted COVID during the 14-day isolation period in which she was placed, following her discharge from Nepean Hospital back to Newmarch House. Her daughters had concerns about the care Maria received at Newmarch House. At the time of her death, Maria appeared to have bruising around both eyes and nose and a wound on the tip of her nose, suggestive of a fall. They were also concerned her bone pain was not well managed. Margaret Brocklehurst. Margaret Joan Brocklehurst, known to all as Peg, was 96 years old when she died at Newmarch House on 24 April 2020. She tested positive on the 18th of April. She was the oldest resident to die in this group of 19. She had been living at Newmarch House for close to 3 years. Peg was married to Victor for nearly 60 years, and together they had 3 children, Melanie, John, and Janet. In her younger years, Peg enjoyed being a housewife, cooking, and caring for her children. She had a number of health issues prior to her entry into Newmarch House. But what led to her requiring residential care was an episode of acute confusion and increasing inability to communicate. After entering Newmarch House, Peg required assistance from staff for personal care due to her decreased mobility. She spent much of her time watching television in her room, but she would make her way to the dining room to socialise with others, in particular Alice, who gave her fruit and snacks. While she did not participate in special occasions, she would occasionally attend a barbecue lunch. Members of Peg's family would visit weekly. The family also telephoned her regularly. During the lockdown, John would attempt to call Peg twice a day on the phone. However, he believed Peg's phone was disconnected. Prior to the outbreak, the family felt communication with Newmarch House was good, the staff were caring, and the food was good. John has no memory of ever filling out any paperwork for an end-of-life plan, nor being contacted about a plan. His understanding was that there was no option available to send Peg to hospital because of the hospital in the home process. John was able to visit Peg the day before her death to say goodbye. Keith Smith. Keith Smith was 82 years old when he died on the 26th of April 2020. He had tested positive on 14 April. Keith married Margaret in Penrith in 1959, and together they had 2 sons, Peter and Mark, as well as a daughter named Tracy. Margaret passed away in 1988. After Margaret died, Keith commenced a relationship with Irene. They lived together in South Penrith. Keith began to show signs of dementia in 2015, when Irene was occasionally hospitalised. Keith was sometimes found wandering in the neighbourhood. He also showed other signs of dementia, including becoming sedentary, forgetful, unsteady on his feet, and there were a number of falls. He had other comorbidities. Keith was admitted to Newmarch House in August 2016. Initially, he moved into the Lawson wing, which was for low care residents, and he remained there for 2 years. As his condition declined and he needed further assistance, he was moved to the Wentworth wing, which was for higher care patients, or residents, I should say. He eventually needed to use a wheelchair as a result of at least 9 falls. Over the years, the family always found the staff at Newmarch House to be professional and caring, and noted the great flexibility around visiting hours. The family would usually visit Keith every fortnight. However, for about 3 weeks after the lockdown commenced, on 23 March 2020, Keith's family had little to no contact with him. Keith was unable to use the phone and to communicate with his family that way. His daughter, Tracy, was with her father when he passed away. She is the only family member who was with a resident at the time of their passing. Leonie Corrigan. Leonie Monica Corrigan was 89 years old when she died on the 27th of April 2020. She had tested positive to COVID on 15 April. She married Walter Corrigan, and together they had 8 children: Mary, Kevin, Michael, Ronald, Jennifer, John, Bernadette, and Donna. Leonie had 26 grandchildren and 21 great-grandchildren. During her working life, Leonie worked as a silk flower maker, a jeweller. She maintained the home and she took care of her children. Leonie had several health conditions, including dementia. She entered Newmarch House in 2014. In the 6 months before her death, her health deteriorated. In November 2019, staff noted that Leonie would become agitated when requested to wash herself and would demand attention from staff. By Christmas 2019, Leonie was confined to a wheelchair. Leonie spent most of her time in her room. However, she would eat in the dining room, and every fortnight she would attend Mass and have a haircut. She would also go to her family's homes for family functions. Leonie's family felt she was looked after well by the nurses prior to the lockdown. After the lockdown started, Leonie reported to her son that residents were still attending the dining areas and common areas to eat and socialise. On 15 April, after Leonie tested COVID positive, her son John recalls he was given the option of sending Leonie to hospital. However, he was advised that she would receive specialist care at Newmarch House and that the care she would receive was no different to what she would receive in hospital. He was also told that if the situation escalated, there was the option of having his mum sent to hospital to be placed on a ventilator. Excuse me for a moment. course, in Your Honour's hands. It's 11:35 now, and I've spoken about 7 of the 19 residents who passed away, so there's still some territory to go. Does Your Honour wish to take a break or press on?
I think we'll press on. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Gehan. Barry Gehan died on the 28th of April 2020 at the age of 93. He was one of 4 people who died that day. He tested positive on 23 April. Barry worked for 47 years as a railway signalman. In his late 20s, he met his wife Patricia. They had a daughter Mary and another Kathleen. Prior to moving into Newmarch House in 2017, Barry lived with his daughter Mary and her family. Barry had many health conditions, including vascular dementia and mixed Alzheimer's. He had 2 short respite stays at Newmarch House before commencing full-time residency in January of 2018. The family were relieved to find a place at Newmarch House as they found the staff were caring. After the lockdown, the family video recorded 2 calls with Barry. One of these, on 20 April, shows that Barry was sitting out in the common room, despite all residents being required to isolate in their rooms. That video will be played during the inquest. On 18 April, Barry's family sent an email to Newmarch House asking if they could remove Barry from the home. They were informed that there was a public health order in place prohibiting any resident from leaving the home. Barry's family requested a copy of the public health order. The family alleges that in response, Dr. Bradley Forsman, Director of the Public Health Unit, advised that although there was no order in force for COVID-negative residents, he would consider issuing a public health order if the family attempted to remove Barry. Breach of such an order carried a fine or imprisonment. Barry remained in Newmarch House until his death 10 days later. Like many other families of residents who passed away, Barry's relatives are deeply troubled by the fact that he died alone, without seeing or touching a loved one in the weeks prior to his deaths. Shirley Yates. Shirley Joan Yates was 91 years old when she died on 27 April 2020 at Nepean Hospital. She had taken a PCR test on 14 April, and the family were informed of a positive COVID result on 16 April. Shirley was married to William Ernest Yates for close to 70 years, and they had 2 daughters, Kay and Leonie, 2 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. Shirley worked as a secretary. In retirement, she volunteered at Liverpool Hospital in the stalls section. She enjoyed bingo, arts and crafts, and taking cruises with her late husband. Shirley had been physically active and was Ernest's primary carer when his health declined. After Ernest passed away, Shirley had a number of health conditions requiring increased assistance, which her daughters were providing on a full-time basis. On 18 March 2020, she entered Newmarch House as a respite resident. The respite agreement ended on 15 April 2020 after the outbreak had commenced. However, a further period of respite was available, and Shirley agreed to remain in the hope that a permanent place at Newmarch would open up for her later. During the lockdown period, her daughter Kay described Shirley as going crazy in her room due to the lack of contact and social isolation. She suffered a fall one night and hit her head on the hit her chest on the fridge or the bed. 6 days later, she was transferred to Nepean Hospital for a chest x-ray. She died the following day. The next resident I'll refer to by her initials, CA. CA was 90 years of age when she died at Newmarch House on 28 April 2020. She had been the first resident who tested COVID positive on 12 April. She and her husband Robert, had 3 daughters. CA worked for a seamstress for many years in a factory in Sydney before taking up part-time sewing at home. Later in life, she worked as a childcare director at her own private preschool, which she operated out of her family home. About 5 years before her death, she was diagnosed with vascular dementia. She had other ailments, including bowel cancer and difficulty in walking. In October 2019, she moved into respite care at Newmarch House before becoming a full-time resident. She was considered a high-needs resident and required assistance with all daily living, including bathing, feeding, dressing, personal hygiene, and taking medication. And just before I continue with CA, can I just note for the record, for those present, that there is a non-publication, I've been asked to request a non-publication order in respect of the children. Excuse me for me. There is one in place. There is a non-publication order in place in respect of the names of the children.
Yes, thank you.
Prior to the outbreak, CA's daughters found the staff at Newmarch House to be approachable, kind and caring. They were grateful for the acceptance that their mother received, despite her advanced dementia. They witnessed firsthand nurse Emma Cardwell's care of their mother during their visit on 13 April. Despite various areas of improvement that the family has proposed in statements, CA's daughters feel that Newmarch House was a family with a philosophy built on love, acceptance and care, and this philosophy remained throughout the outbreak. Blanche Billinghurst. Blanche Gladys Billinghurst was 89 years old when she died on 28 April 2020. She was found to be COVID positive after undertaking a PCR test on 14 April. She and Donald, her husband of more than 50 years, had 2 sons, Paul and Glenn. During her working life, Blanche worked at warehouses and cared for her children. Blanche was relatively healthy throughout her life. However, she did develop health problems, including vascular dementia, and she required the assistance of a walker. In March 2018, Blanche suffered a fall in her home. She was taken by ambulance to Nepean Hospital. From this point, Blanche's family decided she required full-time care, and Blanche moved into Newmarch House. After her entry into Newmarch House, Blanche would spend the day watching television, reading, talking on the phone, or socialising with other residents in the dining room, and during other activities such as music, trivia and crafts. Blanche's family would visit 2 to 3 times a week. They would often take her on outings. She was happiest when she was alone or with her family. Another resident's daughter was also a welcome source of company and cared for Blanche greatly. From mid-April, the family had window visits with Blanche under the lockdown conditions. She had a mobile phone to communicate with family members, but sometimes she struggled to use it. Before Blanche's death, Glenn was permitted to visit her on 24 April. He discovered that the oxygen mask that Blanche was using had no oxygen flow, as it was empty. He attended a second time that afternoon with his daughter, Christy, and they visited a third and final time the following day. David G. David G. was born in Aruba, off the coast of Venezuela. He was 77 years old when he died on the 28th of April 2020 at Newmarch House. He was one of 4 residents who died on that day. He tested positive to COVID on 18 April. David migrated to Australia when he was 22 and worked as a machinist in Sydney. He married Dawn, and together they had 3 sons, Stephen, Russell and Mark. David retired in his mid-60s, but he continued to work as a part-time traffic controller near a local primary school. About 6 years prior to his death, David and Dawn moved into St Stephen's retirement village in Penrith. According to Mark, David's son, David had poor health throughout most of his life. He had a quadruple heart bypass in around 2000, and he suffered a series of small heart attacks. He was also diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and he developed vascular dementia. Around March of 2019, David suffered a stroke and was admitted to Nepean Hospital. And during that stay, his wife sadly passed away. His health deteriorated and he was extremely depressed. According to Mark, at one point Dad was so unwell that the doctors didn't think he would survive. David and his sons decided that he required full-time care. David moved into Newmarch House as a permanent resident in May of 2019. He was considered to have high needs. He was able to feed himself and he could move around with the assistance of a 4-wheeled walker. David spoke with an accent which made it difficult for carers to understand him, and this would frustrate him. But Mark, his son, says that this improved while at Newmarch House. David was generally happy and the staff provided a high quality of care. His 3 sons would visit him once or twice a week. In March 2020, Mark and his family considered moving David out of Newmarch, knowing that long periods in isolation would have a terrible effect on his health. They wrote to the care manager, Leanne Hinton, asking about their options and were told in response that they could take him out, but this would count towards his 52 days of permitted social leave, and they should seek the advice from their GP. The family did not move David out. Just after midnight on 26 April, Mark attended Newmarch House to say goodbye to his father and was happy to see a sign on David's door listing the 3 things he liked best. Over the following 2 days, video calls were facilitated with the family. Mark recalls that in the final video call, he was impressed by the kindness of the nurse who facilitated the call and stroked his father's head and hand. Victor Stone. Victor Stone died on 30 April 2020 at Newmarch House. He had tested positive to COVID following a PCR test on 14 April. He was 74 years old. Due to family separation, less is known about Victor's background. Victor never married and did not have children. Victor lived with his mother until July 2018. After this, he lived by himself and he received support from his sister Helen Porter and her sister Cheryl. During his working life, Victor worked as a labourer. He was relatively active for his age. He enjoyed walking each day and placed bets at the TAB. In August of 2018, Victor suffered a fall while walking home. A passerby called an ambulance and Victor was taken to the Nepean Hospital. He was admitted for approximately 4 weeks. He was then transferred to Springwood Hospital for rehabilitation for about 3 months. During this time, he was diagnosed with dementia. Victor also had schizophrenia. After his discharge, Helen and Cheryl decided Victor needed full-time care. The pair visited several nursing homes until they decided Newmarch House was the perfect fit. Helen noted that no matter how sick Victor got, he did not want to go to hospital. After his entry to Newmarch, Victor was classified as requiring low care. He was shy. He did not attend social activities or social events. He's described as a happy-go-lucky man who didn't like confrontation. While formerly uneducated, he was intelligent and quick-witted. He told Helen that he felt like the young one at Newmarch House. As noted earlier, he was only 74 years of age. He loved the home, and Helen believes he had never been cared for so well in his whole life. He said that he always felt free at Newmarch. Helen visited Victor every Monday and attended appointments, and Cheryl visited every Thursday. Victor disliked speaking on the phone, so family did not call him. After the lockdown, Helen and Cheryl attended window visits. Victor's decline in health after he tested positive for COVID took Helen completely by surprise. When she rang for updates, she was always told that he was okay and comfortable. The family, like others, have been left with many unanswered questions about the care Victor received in the period prior to his death. Anne Fahy. Faye, I should say, Anne Faye. Anne Faye was born in the UK and was 76 years old when she died on the 2nd of May 2020. She died at Nepean Hospital. She had returned 4 negative COVID results and then tested positive on 30 April. She was the last resident to test positive during the outbreak. Anne married William before migrating to Australia in 1964. William died in 2008. They had 1 child, Mark. Anne also had 2 grandchildren. During her working life, Anne was employed as a factory worker for a printing company. Following William's death, Anne's health began to decline to the point where she weighed under 40 kilograms and developed gangrene. She became very frail, weak, and she was at risk of falls. After her entry into Newmarch House in 2017, Anne's weight doubled. She enjoyed socialising with other residents in the cafe and communal spaces. She appeared happy to call Newmarch House her home. She did her own laundry and enjoyed visiting the hairdressers and having her nails painted. Mark and his family would visit Anne each weekend and take her out to breakfast or lunch. After the lockdown, the family continued to visit Anne through the window. Anne was also able to use her mobile phone to communicate with family members. Newmarch House staff members did not specifically contact Mark to inform him of Anne's positive COVID test result. He was informed of the result on 30 April when a staff member mentioned it in passing. On the 1st of May, Mark and the family spoke with the media about issues in the home. The following morning, their mother was transferred to Nepean Hospital for investigations for an unwitnessed fall that she had had 2 days earlier. She died at the hospital around 9 hours later. Marko Vidakovic. Marko Vidakovic was born in what was then Yugoslavia and was 72 years of age when he died at Newmarch House on 4 May 2020. He tested positive following a PCR test on 19 April. Little is known about Marko's history. His wife died in 2013. It is unknown if they had children. During his working life, Marko was employed in the Yugoslav army. He migrated to Australia in 1971. He worked as a tiler. He later ran his own tiling business. Between 2012 and 2015, Marko lived in public housing. On the 6th of June 2017, the police received a welfare call for Marko, who appeared to be confused in a shopping centre. Marko was returned to his home. Police noted that his house was well furnished and that there was sufficient food in the kitchen. 9 months later, on the 2nd of March 2018, Marko was admitted to the Nepean Hospital by police after he was found confused and displaying strange behaviour. Marko was diagnosed with dementia and expressive receptive aphasia. As Marko did not have friends or family in a position to care for him, a social worker from Nepean Hospital arranged guardianship for him. He entered Newmarch House as a permanent resident in August 2018. Staff advised that it was difficult to communicate with Marko in English or Serbian. Staff would use cue cards to communicate with him. The extent to which Marko could communicate his needs, wants, pain, or discomfort is largely unknown. Olive Grego. Olive Grego was born in England and died aged 88 on the 5th of May 2020. She had tested positive following a PCR test on 23 April. Olive married her husband Ernest when she was 18. Together they had 4 children: twins Brian and Peter, David and Helen. The family migrated to Australia as 10-pound Poms in 1963, although returned to England in 1963 because Olive was homesick. They came back within 6 months. Olive and Ernest were both active in their retirement and travelled extensively. Olive's health declined when she turned 80. She underwent vascular surgery on her legs and keyhole surgery for her spine at Nepean Hospital. Following this, her mental health began to decline. In time, she required assistance walking and her communication became difficult. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and had other health conditions. Olive moved into Newmarch House in July of 2018. She was in the Blacksland wing. She was considered high care. She thought Newmarch House was homely and her family recognised it to be a very loving community. Ernest and the rest of the family would visit her daily and would assist with her care. And Ernest would often attend at different events, including ballroom dancing. Olive developed a cough on the 21st of April and took a PCR test the following day. Helen found out about her mother's positive COVID result from Dr. Sharma, the geriatrician with the VAX service, and we'll hear about that in a moment, who asked if anyone had told her. Dr. Sharma provided her own phone number and was very compassionate. She kept Helen informed of developments. Helen's son, Grant, was able to visit Olive on the 1st of May. The rest of the family said their goodbyes by telephone that day. An unfortunate event occurred a few days later. Dr. Kakut informed Helen that Olive was improving, which was not the case. It may be that he read from the wrong patient records at the time, for which he apologised later that day when he became aware of the error. Olive died the following day. Faye Rendoth. Faye Shirley Rendoth was born on 23 February 1928 in Sydney. She died on the 8th of May 2020 at the age of 92. She tested positive on the 17th of April. Faye married Kenneth in 1950. He died in 2015. They had 3 children, Jane, Gay and Kim. During her working life, Faye worked as a hairdresser. Faye was a relatively healthy woman, but did have some health conditions, including breast cancer in the 1990s and ischemic heart disease. She was at high risk of falls, and she had a chronic airway limitation which caused a cough. After surgery to her elbow in March 2019, Faye experienced a delirium. She was transferred for rehabilitation for a few months. Upon her discharge home, she suffered a fall. She had a further fall in October of that year and broke her hip. After a period in hospital and respite care, she moved into the Blacksland wing of Newmarch House. Faye took a while to settle in the home. She preferred to stay in her room and did not socialise with other residents. She did go on bus trips, and she also attended a ballroom dancing session. Members of Faye's family would visit her and take her on outings. After her positive COVID result, the family attended some window visits. Faye spoke to her family about issues that were occurring in the home, especially around 21 April. Faye complained that she hadn't had food and that the doctor was not wearing any PPE. As a result, the family contacted the New South Wales Minister for Health. Faye took a PCR test that returned a negative result on 6 May 2020. She was found deceased on the morning of 8th of May. Margaret Sullivan. Margaret Mary Sullivan was born in Paddington. She died on the 11th of May 2020 at the age of 71. She was the youngest resident to pass away. She had tested positive to COVID on 18 April. Margaret was the eldest of 9 children. She was a devout Catholic. She married her husband Lloyd in 1971. They had 2 sons, James and Sean. Margaret and Lloyd both worked as accountants. Margaret began to become forgetful in 2013, and in 2014 she suffered a heart attack. In 2016 she was diagnosed with Lewy body disease, which is a form of dementia. She moved into Newmarch House in 2018. Her illness progressed, and by 2020 she needed help with all personal care. She moved into the Blacksland wing. Lloyd had no concerns about Margaret's care prior to the outbreak. He would attend the home himself every day to feed her and to help with Margaret's care. When the lockdown was imposed, he offered to move into the home to look after Margaret, but this was declined. Lloyd warned that staff would not be able to cope without help from the families. Lloyd was able to attend window visits, but he did not find out about them until a week after they had started. After Margaret's positive COVID test, Nurse Gordon Anderson made daily calls to Lloyd to keep him updated about her progress and they were very welcome calls. Lloyd was able to visit Margaret with their sons about a week prior to her passing. Lloyd also arranged for a priest to attend to give the last rites. Afterwards, Lloyd continued window visits, even though Margaret was unresponsive. He is haunted by the fact that he was unable to touch her or kiss her goodbye. Although Margaret had tested COVID positive, she returned negative tests prior to her death. Alice Bacon. Alice Bacon was born in Belfast in Northern Ireland. She died on the 19th of May 2020 at the age of 93. Alice was the last resident to die during the outbreak. She had tested positive on 24 April, but later tested negative prior to her death. Alice married her husband, Charles Stewart Bacon, in 1946, and they had 4 children: Mary, Alison, Irene, or Joyce, and John. The family emigrated to Australia in 1965. During her working life, Alice worked in nursing homes and later as a nanny. After her husband Stuart died, Alice moved in with Joyce for over 18 years. Alice suffered from asthma throughout her life and later developed ischemic heart disease and hypertension. She used a 4-wheeled walker. In February 2020, it was suspected that Alice had developed bowel cancer, but surgery was not recommended. She moved into Newmarch House in February 2016. Prior to the outbreak, the family liked the home. It was modern, it had a nice garden, it was centrally located for members of the family. Alison had also previously worked in the home. After the outbreak was declared, the family became very concerned with the level of care. They were able to keep in contact with Alice by phone, and she told them things that were happening. Her call bell was not being answered, meals were not delivered. This was particularly the case on 20 April, and the family made a complaint to the regulator and engaged with the media. Alice also developed a pressure sore on about 6 May. The family questions whether the same issues would have arisen in a hospital setting. The family wanted to be able to visit Alice, and on 16 May, Joyce and Mary were permitted to attend. Alice was distressed during this visit. She yelled at her family to take her home. The doctors considered this to be terminal distress, and Alice was administered crisis medications. She was peaceful over the following days. She was found deceased just after midnight on the 19th of May. Your Honour, that completes the brief summary of some of the circumstances concerning the 19 residents who passed away.
Yes.
Is that a convenient time?
It is. We'll take a late but shorter morning tea break now, and we'll resume at 12:30. Yes, Mr. Buchan.
Thank you, Your Honour. I now move to describe Newmarch House. Newmarch House is a residential aged care facility in Western Sydney. It is located in Kingswood, adjacent to a retirement village at Caddons. It is operated by Anglicare Community Services, trading as Anglicare Sydney, which I shall simply refer to as Anglicare. Anglicare is part of a network of faith-based care organisations that are linked to the Anglican Church, which in 2020 had an international expenditure of about $1.82 billion. Anglicare runs 23 residential aged care facilities in New South Wales. All of those facilities are required to be accredited by the relevant regulator, which is the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. Anglicare has a board of directors, a chief executive officer or CEO, and a senior management team who oversee those operating Newmarch House. Mr. Grant Millard was the CEO at the time of the outbreak. Newmarch House is a 102-bed facility, although there were 97 residents in occupation at the time of the outbreak. It is modern and well equipped, having first opened in 2012. Each resident has an individual room with an ensuite bathroom. There are common dining rooms and other shared spaces. The rooms are arranged into 3 separate wings, which are called Blacksland, Lawson and Wentworth. Wentworth caters for high care residents, including those with dementia. It was intended that there would be a virtual video presentation at this point of my opening address, which provides those in court with a virtual tour of the facility and shows the layout. Unfortunately, there's been a technological issue. Hopefully there won't be too many of them, but it is possible that we may be able to conduct that exercise later this afternoon.
I see. Thank you very well.
Prior to the outbreak, Newmarch House met all the expected outcomes of the regulator at each accreditation that took place. Prior to the outbreak, as the comments of some of the residents' families demonstrate, Newmarch House was highly regarded and was seen to be a desirable place to be, in particular because of the qualities of its staff. The overwhelming experience was that the staff at the home were dedicated and conscientious, and they fostered a loving and caring environment for the residents. Immediately prior to the outbreak, on 23 March 2020, Anglicare prepared a questionnaire for the regulator. It's found at volume 21, tab 7 of the brief, which was a self-assessment of its preparedness for an outbreak. Anglicare confirmed its preparedness for a COVID outbreak, stating that it had stocks of PPE, it had a contingency plan for staff if they became unable to work, and it had identified ways to reduce transmission through the isolation of residents or cohorting of residents. Provide some contextual information. The outbreak occurred in the early period of the COVID pandemic. On the 31st of December 2019, the World Health Organization, WHO, had been notified of new cases of viral pneumonia, which had been detected in Wuhan in China. These were found to have been caused by a novel coronavirus, which was named SARS-CoV-2, SARS standing for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, Coronavirus 2. This clinical illness, the clinical illness associated with that virus is COVID-19, Coronavirus Infectious Disease 2019. As we now know, the spread of the virus was exponential. By 20 January of 2020, there were just 282 confirmed cases worldwide. On 25 January, the first 3 cases of COVID-19 were reported in Australia. On the 28th of February 2020, a report into the WHO China Joint Mission on Coronavirus Disease 2019 was published. By the time of that report, 75,465 cases had been reported in China. The report noted the following. COVID-19 is transmitted via droplets and fomites. Fomites are physical objects which transfer infection. During close unprotected contact between an infector and infectee. Airborne spread has not been reported for COVID-19 and it is not believed to be a major driver of transmission based on available evidence. However, it can be envisaged if certain aerosol generating procedures are conducted in healthcare facilities. Individuals at highest risk for severe disease and death include people aged over 60 years and those with underlying conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, chronic respiratory disease and cancer. On 12 March 2020, the WHO declared a global pandemic. As I've observed, the world has changed dramatically since the time of this outbreak. When the outbreak commenced at Newmarch on 11 April 2020, a total of 2,857 infections had been identified in New South Wales and 23 deaths had occurred. Over 2 years later, those figures now stand at 3,045,062 confirmed cases and 3,924 deaths in New South Wales alone, with 10,968 deaths occurring nationally. Aged care facilities, such as Newmarch House, have been particularly affected by the pandemic. There are currently 1,013 active outbreaks in aged care facilities in Australia. There have been 3,218 deaths in aged care reported nationally during this pandemic, with 2,301 of those occurring just this year. It should be uncontroversial to state that the aged care sector has, as a whole, been placed under immense strain from the pandemic. Our understanding of and response to the virus have also changed significantly since the time of the 19 deaths, the subject of these inquests. The production of viable vaccines, effective treatment, the mutation of new strains of the virus, they are all highly significant developments. When approaching the evidence in these inquests, it will be important to bear in mind the differences that existed near the beginning of this pandemic in 2020, and of course the state of knowledge at that time. But even as at March 2020, many things were known about the virus. Guidance was issued to help places such as aged care homes prepare for an outbreak. Most significantly, on 13 March 2019, the Communicable Diseases Network of Australia, which is sometimes referred to as the CDNA, published the first edition of the National Guidelines for Prevention, Control and Public Health Management of COVID-19 Outbreaks in Residential Care Facilities. And that document is found at volume 27, tab 1, annexure C of the brief. That is a key document, when assessing the action taken at Newmarch House in response to the outbreak. Significantly, the guidelines identified that the primary responsibility for managing outbreaks rests with aged care facilities. It also stated that the workforce management plan should be able to cover a staff absentee rate of 20 to 30%. As will become clear, that advice was insufficient in the circumstances of this outbreak. Lockdowns. Following the declaration of a pandemic, the New South Wales Government imposed a series of restrictions on public gathering and movement, which were imposed through public health orders issued under Section 7 of the Public Health Act of 2010, New South Wales. On 16 March of 2020, a ban was imposed on gatherings of more than 500 people. 7 days later, on 23 March, entertainment facilities, pubs and clubs, restaurants and places of worship were closed. The following day, 24 March 2020, a public health order was issued which imposed a lockdown for residential aged care facilities. No one was permitted to enter those facilities other than employees, contractors, and other people providing end-of-life support for a resident of the facility. That restriction ended family visits at Newmarch House. Families were advised of the restriction the night before it occurred. Although there were some window visits arranged where people could attend and see residents, their relatives, through glass, they could no longer spend quality time outside the home or become involved in their relatives' day-to-day care. An email from Grant Millard, Anglicare's CEO, also advised families against removing the residents from the home. That email is found at volume 20 of tab 30 and tab 37. If you want, this is what it said, if you do want to take your family member out to the general community, please be advised that they can only return if they are isolated in the room for 14 days. However, we strongly discourage this action as it does put your loved one at increased risk of contracting the virus. A week later, on the 31st of March 2020, the New South Wales Government introduced a general lockdown. People were directed not to leave their place of residence without reasonable excuse. Preparedness. Your Honour, it is important to record that Anglicare did make efforts to prepare for a COVID outbreak in its care homes. This is one of the issues that will arise in these inquests. Ultimately, we will submit, it's anticipated, that those preparations were insufficient for an outbreak of the scale of the one that occurred at Newmarch House. In summary, the preparations included the following. On 10 March 2020, a crisis management team was created, which met frequently during the outbreak. It comprised senior Anglicare managers, although there was no clinically qualified member at that time. The crisis management team reviewed government guidance and updated its own policies and guidance with reference to a possible COVID outbreak. The communication strategy was also developed for responding to an outbreak. Personal protective equipment, or PPE, stocks were increased and stored in an Anglicare site at Castle Hill. The board was informed that there were adequate stocks in late March 2020. However, there were widespread problems with supply of gloves and masks at this time, and the procurement manager made efforts to obtain further PPE from Commonwealth supplies. Refresher training for staff in infection control practices was encouraged, but not mandated. In March 2020, a surge workforce was created because some staff would be unable to work if there was an outbreak. It was a voluntary workforce recruited from within Anglicare and aimed to fill the predicted 20 to 30% shortfall. 33 members of staff were ready to deploy as at 11 April 2020, and those staff were trained in the use of PPE and infection control in early April. Preparations were also made at Newmarch House to guard against an outbreak. On 4 March 2020, screening questionnaires were introduced for visitors to the home. From 9 March, all entrances to Newmarch, other than the main entrance, were closed. As I have already mentioned, a general lockdown to visitors was introduced on 23 March 2020. While speaking of preparations, it is also relevant to note that the Commonwealth Government made some arrangements for workforce surge capacity in the event of outbreaks in aged care. The Government entered into deeds of standing offer with agencies including Aspen Medical and Mabel Technologies, an online staffing platform, to provide staff to aged care facilities in the event of an outbreak. The availability of that workforce was announced by Minister Colbeck on 12 April 2020, which was day 2 of the Newmarch outbreak. Let me just diverge for a moment to speak of Dorothy Henderson Lodge. Prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House, there had been another significant outbreak in an aged care facility. On 3 March 2020, an outbreak commenced at the Dorothy Henderson Lodge, which is located at Macquarie Park. The course of the outbreak and response was quite different from what occurred at Newmarch House. The residents testing positive were initially all transferred to hospital. Dr. James Branley, an infectious diseases specialist, assisted in the response to that outbreak, as did nurses from Baptist Care. Kathy Dempsey, an infection control practitioner from the Clinical Excellence Committee, attended from the outset and implemented infection control rules which were well understood and applied. These practitioners were subsequently involved at Newmarch House at various points in time, with Dr. Branley being present from the outset. And it's anticipated that Dr. Branley will give evidence during the inquests. Following the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak, in the course of hospitalisation, 17 out of 76 residents were infected, of whom 6 died. This represents a substantially lower infection rate and fatality rate than occurred at Newmarch House. Although I expect that there will be expert evidence about the difficulty of drawing simple comparisons and contrasts between the two outbreaks because of the multiple factors that were at play in each case. The outbreak. I now turn to the events that occurred during the outbreak. What follows is necessarily a short summary. Those assisting have worked on a longer summary of events, which we anticipate will form the basis for submissions on relevant findings, and that document will be distributed during the inquest. For now, I will endeavour to highlight some key events and also refer to the issues which I identified at the outset. The outbreak at Newmarch House was first discovered in the evening of Saturday the 11th of April 2020. It was the Easter weekend. At At 10:40 p.m, the Nepean Public Health Unit, sometimes it's referred to as the PHU, informed a nurse at Newmarch House that a staff member had tested positive for COVID. The Public Health Unit stated that the staff member had worked shifts at Newmarch House on 30 and 31 March and the 1st, 2nd and 6th of April, mainly in the Blacksland wing, but also in Lawson. There is inconsistent evidence about whether she had symptoms at any stage, but she did not have symptoms at the time she took a PCR test on 11 April. The Public Health Unit advised Newmarch House that all residents in the home had to isolate and stay in their rooms with no visitors allowed. All staff had to wear PPE. Staff who had worked with the particular staff member were also advised to self-isolate. Newmarch House was asked to provide staff rosters, and a teleconference was to be held between PHU, New South Wales Health and Newmarch House the following morning. The nurse who received this call informed the residential manager, Melinda Burns. Ms. Burns then put into action the operational action plan by isolating residents in their rooms and instructing staff to use PPE. She informed her managers, and by about 2 a.m, senior Anglicare staff were aware of the outbreak. Steps were taken immediately to ensure staff at Newmarch House had enough PPE. The Anglicare procurement manager, Sheehan Michael Wickramasinghe, and others attended Anglicare's site at Castle Hill, where a substantial amount of PPE was kept. They began transferring stock to Newmarch House and also began contacting Commonwealth and state agencies to obtain more supplies. That process was not straightforward, and I will return to that issue later. The following day, Easter Sunday, there was a teleconference between the home and the Public Health Unit at 10:30 in the morning. The hospital asked Newmarch House to provide line listings, as they're called, of the infected staff and residents, namely documents that identified who was positive, where they were located or worked, and their symptoms. These were provided that day and were updated frequently thereafter, and evidence can be found at volume 26, tab 23. The Public Health Unit also advised that any staff who had worked since 23 March or who were close contacts with positive patients should self-isolate. Dr. James Branley, who was the on-call infectious diseases specialist at the Nepean Hospital, learned about the outbreak and tried to make contact with Newmarch House. When he was unable to do so, he personally went to the facility. Dr. Branley attended there frequently over the following weeks to provide expert assistance in relation to the outbreak. He had particular expertise on the subject, having been involved in a mission to Wuhan early in the pandemic. And, as I've noted, he was involved in the response to the outbreak at Dorothy Henderson Lodge. At times, he assisted in the personal care of residents, and his efforts in this respect should be recognised. During the afternoon, Anglicare commenced the process of contacting families to inform them of the outbreak. Grant Millard, Anglicare's CEO, sent an email to families that day. Mr. Millard attended the facility the following day. However, it is apparent that the infection was already progressing within Newmarch House. The first resident, CA, had developed symptoms and taken a PCR test on 10 April. On the 12th of April 2020, she became the first resident to test positive. She resided in the Lawson wing. The infection spread quickly through the staff and resident populations. A PCR screen of all residents and staff was commenced on the 14th of April 2020, day 4. From that screen, 16 residents tested positive. They included 9 residents who would not survive the outbreak and who were the subject of these inquests. They were Ray Jennings, Ron Farrell, Edith Brownlee, Maria James, Keith Smith, Leonie Corrigan, Shirley Yates, Blanche Billinghurst, and Victor Stone. Due to the incubation period for COVID, it is likely that they were already infected by the time the first positive test was known. Those residents were mainly in Lawson and Blacksland wings, but also in Wentworth. In other words, all 3 sections of the facility were affected. A second PCR screen was undertaken of all negative residents on the 17th of April, day 7. And that identified another further 7 residents as positive cases, including the following residents who are also the subject of these inquests: Margaret Brocklehurst, David G, Faye Rendolph, and Margaret Sullivan. Further PCR testing of residents continued every few days thereafter. Daily PCR testing of staff started on the 19th of April. By Saturday, the 18th of April, a week after the commencement of the outbreak, 27 residents and 13 staff had tested COVID positive. Tragically, Ray Jennings became the first resident to die on that day. By 30 April 2020, day 20, the last resident to contract COVID during the outbreak tested positive. Staff continued to test positive into late May of 2020. On 15 June 2020, New South Wales Health finally declared that the outbreak had been controlled. As noted at the beginning of this opening, a total of 37 of the 97 residents plus 34 staff members had become infected during the outbreak. As to why the infection spread so quickly in Newmarch House and to so many people, we anticipate that Your Honour will be assisted by the expert evidence, and that evidence will largely be adduced in the last week of this hearing. Professor Catherine Bennett is an epidemiologist who will give evidence to this inquest, and she has provided an analysis of the outbreak, including its nature and the manner in which it spread. In her opinion, the outbreak spread from a single source, but with secondary infections that were already infectious prior to the outbreak being discovered on 11 April. In her view, it is also highly likely that a third chain of infections was in process by this time, with a total of 16 staff and 27 residents probably infected by 11 April. Further infections of residents occurred through staff members who became infectious at a later point. That opinion informs her view that it would have been unwise to move either COVID positive or negative residents during the outbreak. In contrast, Professor Raina McIntyre, who is also an epidemiologist, is of the view that while an initial cohort of 31 residents and 16 staff was attributable to the first infectious staff member, there was a second wave of infections and further waves after that. She estimates that at least 22 cases may have been avoided by transferring infected residents to hospital care once diagnosed. That is a controversy that will be explored further in the evidence. Now, at this stage, before I finalise the address, what I propose to do is, with the assistance of Mr. Harris, to display a visual aid which shows the layout of Newmarch House and the location of the positive cases. And I'll just hand over to Mr. Harris.
Your Honour, what's just been displayed on the screen, just to give this some context, is a representation prepared by the assisting team, which shows and will show the spread of the infection through Newmarch House. Your Honour can see the layout of Newmarch House and the three wings, Blacksland, Wentworth and Lawson indicated. As we step through the presentation, what Your Honour will see is information sourced from the line listings, which Senior Counsel Assisting has already mentioned. Those are at volume 26, tab 23. And I should note that what Your Honour is going to see is the original locations of the residents who became positive. It doesn't show, of course, staff members who became positive, and it doesn't show some of those residents who were moved during the course of the outbreak to different rooms. But in any event, it will show where they were located at the time of the testing. It's also important to note, Your Honour, it shows the dates upon which the residents were swabbed, in other words, when they undertook the PCR tests, and not when the results were known. We'll just commence with the slide that's on screen. You can see the date at the top left hand. This is the 10th of April 2020, and therefore the date on which the first swab was undertaken. This is of a resident who we're calling CA, and the red dot indicates the room in which she was then staying on the right hand of the screen. We'll just move to the next slide, please. This is first day of the outbreak, and Your Honour can see two residents have been identified on the right of the screen. Next slide shows that on this day, a further two residents were swabbed. And there's now 4 who later became detected as being COVID positive. Just move to the next slide, please. So this was the 14th of April, which Mr. Buchan has already outlined in opening. On this day, there were a further 16 residents identified. Sorry, withdraw that. A further 16 residents who were swabbed and later identified as being COVID positive. And you can see that includes Blanche Billinghurst, Edith Brownlee, Leonie Corrigan, Ron Farrell, Maria James, Ray Jennings, Keith Smith, Victor Stone and Shirley Yates. And the spread of those infections, as you can see, is throughout the facility, mainly concentrated on the right in Lawson, but also in the 2 other wings, including Wentworth in the centre. Just move to the next slide, please. 3 days later, on the 17th of April, further swabbing was undertaken, and you can see a further 7 residents were later confirmed to be COVID positive, and they included Margaret Brocklehurst, David G, Faye Rendoff and Margaret Sullivan. Next slide, please. A further resident was swabbed on the 19th of April. Marko Vidakovic was later identified to be COVID positive. Next slide. On the 20th of April, there were further residents identified. And the next slide, on the 23rd, on this day, there was 5 further residents swabbed who were later identified as being COVID positive. They include Alice Bacon, Olive Grego, and Barry Gehan. And just moving to the final slide, this was the day on which 3 further residents who were swabbed were later identified as being COVID positive. This was the last date, in fact, on which residents who were swabbed later were identified as COVID positive, and they included Anne Fahey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, I have the just by way of indication, about 1/5 of my address still to go.
Yes.
It's 1:07 now. What's Your Honour's preference in terms of...
I think we'll take the break for lunch now and resume the rest of the address after that.
Thank you.
We'll come back at 2:10.
30 North Stand. This Coroners Court now resumes.
Mr. Buchan.
Thank you, Your Honour. The technical issue has hopefully been resolved. So what's proposed now is that the video, which is known as an ISRAPS video, ISRAPS, which was prepared by the New South Wales Police, will be shown, and Mr. Harris again will conduct that virtual walkthrough.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honour, just again for context, what Your Honour is seeing now on screen is the ISRAPS, the Interactive Scene Recording and Presentation System. It's Your Honour's tab 2 within volume 22. On screen currently, for the benefit of the transcript, we have the entrance to Newmarch House, just panning round to see the entrance itself. Which one is going to view now with some signage on the front door. We're going to move forward into the first of the areas inside. This is the sign-in section. And we'll just move, if we can, the screen round to the right. Your Honour sees the setup as it was at the date of this ISRAPS, which was 30th of September 2020. When the detective attended to take this footage. And that's the entrance there. If we might move forward in the next image, please. We're next going to go to the kitchen area, which is mentioned in some of the material. Thank you. And we're now going to move forward into each of the wings in turn, commencing with Blacksland Wing, where we have some images, first of all, near to the entrance area of that wing. The purpose being to show you, Honour, some of the soft furnishings and the way that the home, as at September in any event, was equipped. Thank you. We'll move into the common area now. This is again within Blacksland Wing. And finally, within Blacksland, we'll also show you on one of the rooms. This, as we understand it, is not one of the rooms of the residents about whom we're hearing in this inquest. But in any event, this is typical of the rooms which Your Honour will see, including the ensuite bathroom. And we might move just swiftly through the other wings in Newmarch House. So we'll go next to the wing in the middle, which is Wentworth. So within, this is the high care wing, we have the cafe area and the entrance. We'll move through to the courtyard within that wing. And then finally, again, we'll move to one of the rooms, again, not one of the residents with whom we're concerned, but again, typical for this wing. Thank you. Finally, we'll move to the Lawson wing. And we're going to show, first of all, the office area at the very end of Lawson wing. Next to the lounge. Thank you. And finally, just one of the corridors outside the rooms. With the washing facilities and a station as shown. Thank you, Your Honour. Those are the matters from this video.
Thank you.
Your Honour, if I could turn now to the other issues which I identified at the outset or earlier in the address. First of all, staffing. A critical factor in understanding the outbreak is the way it impacted staff. By 14 April, day 4, 40 staff members, or 34% of the workforce, were either infected or isolating due to being close contacts. By 18 April, day 8, in the order of 100 staff members, or 87% of the original workforce, were in isolation, including most of the Anglicare surge workforce. As will be recalled, that was nearly 3 times the level of the staff absenteeism that the CDNA guidelines had advised to prepare for. As a consequence, Newmarch House had to obtain staff from elsewhere. On 14 April 2020, Anglicare commenced the process of obtaining staff via Mabel, which had been made available by the Commonwealth. Between 16 April and 30 June 2020, a total of 32 staff were engaged via Mabel. As many as 9 agencies provided staff to Newmarch during the outbreak. Now, although the agency workforce was vital in continuing the operation of the home, there were clearly problems. The skills and qualifications of staff varied. Many were unfamiliar with the processes used in Newmarch House, and that included software called iCare, which was used to record patient notes. Perhaps most significantly, substitute staff did not know the residents. While the regular Newmarch House staff were attuned to the particular needs of residents, the oncoming staff did not have those relationships. They had to try to care for new patients in an unfamiliar environment during a stressful and strained period and while dressed in protective gear. It is also worth emphasising that there is evidence that staff were scared. Many members of staff have spoken of their fear of contracting a virus that had no known cure. This factor had a negative impact on staff morale and capability. A particularly difficult day was 20 April. There were severe staff shortages, including lack of care and nursing staff. A catering manager who attended that day arrived to find the kitchen in darkness and no breakfast had been made for the residents. In consequence of all these factors, what had hitherto been a well-run and well-managed home assumed a level of chaos and dysfunctionality. Some of the family members of residents will give evidence to these inquests, and we expect that there will be evidence that there were lapses in care. Medication was missed, hygiene was delayed or withheld. On some occasions, residents went without food. Residents were lonely and isolated, in particular during the initial stages of the outbreak. Additional staff were obtained, but it took time. As I noted earlier, a total of 9 agencies ultimately provided staff to Newmarch House. This commenced with staff recruited through Mabel Technologies as part of the Commonwealth Initiative, and then nurses from St Vincent's Hospital who volunteered their time from 23 April. A few days later, an emergency response team was provided by Aspen Medical. Staff numbers improved so that by 30 April 2020, there were more than double the number of staff that had been in place prior to the outbreak. However, we expect that the evidence will show that there was a level of disorganisation. It was unclear who was in charge. As a result of the situation, the regulator made an administrative direction to Anglicare on 23 April, requiring the appointment of an advisor and a support team. Anglicare agreed to appoint a team from Baptist Care who had experience from the outbreak at Dorothy Henderson Lodge. The nursing team from Baptist Care arrived on 24 April 2020, and they spent 2 weeks in the home. They immediately took charge of the care needs of the residents and provided clinical direction to the staff. This appears to have been a welcome turning point in the management of the outbreak. One matter implemented by Baptist Care, which had some significance, is that on 25 April, staff were directed to stop using the iCare system to record patient notes and to instead record entries by hand. This is because the agency staff that were on site did not know how to use iCare. While that decision is understandable in its context, it did have some implications, some of which I'll come to shortly. Communication. Communication with families during the outbreak was problematic. This is an issue of critical importance to the families of those who died. As the regular staff were isolating and agency staff were struggling to assume their roles, we expect that the evidence will show that staff were simply unable to keep up with the demand for communication. The wider Anglicare infrastructure did not cope with the volume of calls. Attempts were made to address this by holding information webinars with family members on the 23rd and 30th of April. Areas of communication which will be a focus of the inquests concern the advanced care plans and discussions about the advantages and disadvantages of hospital in the home. Several families raised concern about what they were told or were not told about these matters, and I expect that this will be the subject of evidence. Communication was improved following the appointment of an independent advisor, Andrew Kincaid. He was the General Manager at Catholic Healthcare. He was appointed pursuant to a Notice of Requirement to Agree issued by the regulator on 6 May 2020. He quickly established a family support program, and nurses were recruited to staff a call centre dedicated to updating families about their relatives. He also provided guidance and analysis of the leadership and organisational structures in Newmarch House, and he provided a report at the end of his term. Infection control and PPE. There were difficulties throughout the outbreak regarding infection prevention and control practices at Newmarch House and the use of PPE. A great deal of written evidence relates to these topics. There were significant difficulties in sourcing supplies of adequate PPE during the outbreak. The type and quality of PPE was variable. There are instances of PPE being inadequately used or overused. Infection control practices varied between staff, and that included social distancing of staff. The home itself was in any event not designed for infection control. For example, it had soft furnishings and carpets in places. It was a home, not a hospital. Issues of infection control and the use of PPE have been subject to extensive reviews and guidance since the time of the outbreak. During the outbreak, the infection control practitioner from the New South Wales Clinical Excellence Commission, Kathy Dempsey, arrived on site to review practices and provide guidance and support. She and her team attended on 11 occasions between 11 May and 3 June 2020 And 3 reports have been provided, which are in the brief in volumes 20 and 21. And Ms Dempsey also is anticipated to give evidence before Your Honour. A key recommendation, both from Ms Dempsey's reports and from the Royal Commission's special report, was to introduce infection prevention and control experts into aged care. And that is a recommendation that has already been taken up. We do not expect these issues to become a focus of the inquests, other than the interaction that they had with the more central question, which is whether Newmarch House was an appropriate environment in which to care for the COVID-positive residents. And that brings me to the final topic, hospital in the home, which is an important issue in these inquests. Once the outbreak had been declared, several government agencies became involved. The New South Wales Ministry of Health, Nepean Hospital and the Nepean Public Health Unit, the Commonwealth Department of Health and the regulator, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. Daily teleconferences commenced on 15 April 2020 between Anglicare and these bodies. They provided guidance and direction to Anglicare on action to take during the outbreak. These meetings were sometimes confusing and it was unclear who was in charge. An early decision, and a critical one for the inquests to consider, concerned the question of whether COVID-positive patients should be transferred to hospital or some other treatment environment, or whether they should remain within the home and cohorted together according to status or moved elsewhere. This decision involves an understanding of the hospital in the home policy. Hospital in the home is a model of care described as hospital substitution. The aim is to avoid hospitalisation and instead provide substitute care to a person who remains in their own home. It is a voluntary service for those patients who meet the admission criteria. Prior to the pandemic, it was designed to treat patients for various conditions, including some infectious diseases. It was used during the outbreak for residents at Newmarch House who tested COVID positive. It has been widely used in similar aged care outbreaks since. The local policy in force at the time of these events dates from 2016, and that can be found in volume 26 of the brief behind tab 3. The admission criteria for hospital in the home are as follows. Patients must live in the Nepean Hospital catchment area. There must be a primary carer who is willing and competent to provide care in the home environment when required. The parent carer will be present for home visits for patients. Telephone access is required. Patients must consent to receiving hospital in the home treatment at home. The environment must be safe for the patient, their carer, and the hospital in the home staff. And Medicare eligibility must be present unless otherwise determined by the Revenue Department. On 16 March 2020, after the pandemic had been declared, a COVID-19 planning document was created by Nepean Hospital. That document in volume 26 behind tab 4. The document states that COVID patients would be admitted under the care of an infectious diseases specialist. The document also states as follows. Patients will be preferably admitted to hospital in the home where possible to reduce inpatient burden. The expectation was therefore that COVID patients would all be admitted to hospital in the home. They would be reviewed daily by phone, by nursing staff, and by medical staff on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. The document also identified criteria for patients who would be admitted to a hospital ward for suspected or confirmed cases of COVID-19. And those criteria for admission to hospital were as followed, or included the following: severe respiratory distress, oxygen saturation levels of 93% or lower on room air, a respiratory rate of greater than 30 breaths per minute, patients who are otherwise considered unwell enough for hospitalisation or significant comorbidities, inability to self-isolate. Hospital in the home was to be delivered to COVID patients by a multidisciplinary team. That included diseases specialists, palliative care practitioners, and the virtual aged care service, which has the acronym VACS, VACS. VACS was a specialist aged care service. It had previously provided care to patients within Newmarch House. It was staffed by geriatricians and nursing staff. Its model of care was described as hospital avoidance. It delivered care to patients by telehealth and by liaison with the nursing staff within the home. The way COVID patients were to be managed was described in a patient flow diagram, and that can be found at volume 26 behind tab 13 in Your Honour's brief. Staff within the home were expected to check a patient's observations twice per day, and then the VACS and hospital in the home teams would make contact by telephone daily. Whether that process actually occurred in the case of the 19 residents is a matter that will be considered in the evidence. The VACS team was also to ensure that an advanced care plan was in place for each resident. In brief, an advanced care plan is a document which describes the wishes of the patient in relation to medical treatment, including whether and in what circumstances they want to be transferred to hospital. There was some emphasis placed on this document during the outbreak. There were discussions with family members about advanced care plans. The adequacy of those discussions, including what information was provided about options and the risks, will be taken up during the evidence. There appears to have been a view held within Anglicare, at least at one stage, that in the event of an outbreak, the hospital in the home practices meant that local health district would assume control. So, for example, on the 4th of March 2020, Ross Pendlebury from Anglicare sent an email to the board stating as follows: in the event of a diagnosis within Anglicare, New South Wales Health will effectively take over, carefully directing the steps to be taken. However, the CDNA guidelines stated that the responsibility for managing the outbreak rests with the aged care facility itself. That fact was appreciated by Anglicare by at least 28 March 2020, when the next board meeting minutes recorded the following. Quote, the clear message from PHU is that the provider's responsibility to manage their outbreaks, with PHU's principal role being to monitor infected persons and minimise further transmission. PHU standing for Public Health Unit. Nonetheless, Mr Millard, Anglicare CEO, had an understanding during the outbreak that New South Wales Health was the lead agency and that Anglicare was implementing decisions on the advice of other agencies. That issue and any related confusion in terms of decision-making responsibility will be explored in the evidence. Anglicare also understood prior to the outbreak that COVID-positive patients would usually not be transferred to hospital. a written response at the same board meeting stated, quote, all clinically appropriate patients will be diverted to community-based models of care, keeping in line with public health recommendations. And further, any resident testing positive for COVID-19 but is asymptomatic and or does not require treatment will be required to remain in a residential care home. This means extra precautions will need to be taken in terms of isolation, PPE, sanitisation, etc. Now, on 13 April at 10:54 in the morning, resident CA became the first to be admitted into the hospital in the home on the morning after she tested COVID positive. All of the COVID positive residents were subsequently admitted into hospital in the home. A difference of opinion quickly emerged about whether residents should remain in the home or be transferred. This crystallised during teleconferences held between Anglicare and Commonwealth and state agencies on 16 April of 2020. In summary, the Commonwealth Department of Health and the regulator advocated for decanting COVID-negative residents out of the home. They were concerned about deconditioning of patients, namely that they would lose function and health as a result of being isolated. They also wanted COVID-positive patients to be transferred to hospital where required. However, Dr. Branley, the infectious diseases expert, advocated not to move residents out of the home. He believed the home lent itself to keeping residents on site, as the residents had individual rooms and bathrooms where they could isolate. The home was supposed to receive extra resources through hospital in the home, which he outlined in the meeting. Fundamentally, he felt that any movement of residents held a significant risk of spreading the virus to other locations, as the extent of the virus had not been confirmed. By that stage, 20 residents and 10 staff had tested positive. There were also concerns raised about the impact of moving elderly residents away from their environment that they were familiar with and into hospital. Strong opinions were expressed during these meetings. There's evidence that there was a lack of clarity about who was in charge and who was responsible for making decisions. After the meeting, Dr. Branley indicated he was not prepared to remain involved due to this lack of clarity. That impasse was resolved after intervention from the Commonwealth Minister. It was agreed that Dr. Branley would assume an advisory role in the management of the outbreak. As a result, at a meeting the following day, it was agreed that the residents would not be moved at that stage. It was agreed that the medical risk or risks outweighed the benefits. Possible sites to decant residents would be identified and the position would be reassessed in coming days. 4 days later, on 21 April 2020, the New South Wales Ministry of Health drafted a COVID-19 outbreak management plan for Newmarch House, which document is available in volume 23 of tab 24, annexure GM5. This confirmed that all residents confirmed as COVID-19 cases were to be admitted to hospital in the home, and that Dr. Branley was to provide clinical management to all admitted residents and staff. An issue also arose about a week into the outbreak because GPs who were to review hospital in the home patients were unable to bill Medicare for their services under that regime. As a result, on 24 April, all patients were discharged from hospital in the home to then be treated as outpatients of Nepean Hospital. Nonetheless, the model of care within the home and review by VACS, the Virtual Aged Care Service, was maintained. During the outbreak, some residents were in fact transferred to hospital. but perhaps not for reasons related to COVID. For example, on 17 April, a resident who was COVID negative sustained a fall and was transferred to hospital. Shirley Yates was transferred for chest pain and suspected rib fractures following a fall. Anne Fay was transferred following a fall. In light of the evidence I've just alluded to, a number of issues arise for consideration in relation to hospital in the home. These will be the subject of evidence in the inquests and are principally as follows. First, whether hospital in the home was an appropriate model to implement in the circumstances. Secondly, whether the decision should have been reconsidered in light of changing circumstances. Thirdly, whether residents and their relatives gave informed consent to participate in hospital in the home. Next, the adequacy of medical care provided at Newmarch House, including the prescribing or administering of crisis medications. And lastly, whether transfer to a hospital would have produced different or better outcomes. Each of these questions involves consideration of the changing circumstances of Newmarch House, its capacity to implement the model, including the impact of losing its workforce and in light of the equipment that was available to staff. Newmarch House was not designed to operate as a surrogate hospital. Those circumstances also include the fact that at times Nepean hospital staff were unable to make contact with the home to obtain vital information about patients. And from 25 April, generally did not have access to electronic records for the patients. The question arises how staff implementing hospital in the home were able to adequately assess the health of residents in those circumstances. Can I lastly turn to say something about the witnesses who will give oral evidence in the hearing? Your Honour, I note that it is expected that you will hear from 30 witnesses, including from relatives of some of the 19 residents who passed away, a selection of staff members who were involved in the outbreak, witnesses who are involved in important decisions and meetings, including on the part of Anglicare's management and New South Wales Health, and a number of experts. In respect of experts, Your Honour will hear from two epidemiologists, Professor Raina McIntyre and Professor Catherine Bennett, regarding the nature and course of the outbreak. Their evidence is relevant to an assessment of the impact of moving residents to hospital from an epidemiological perspective. Your Honour will hear from a conclave of medical experts, Professor Susan Curl, Sue Curl, a geriatrician, Professor Tom Katsimbos, a respiratory physician, and Professor Craig French, an intensivist. Their evidence will assist Your Honour to determine cause of death in each case. Given the frequent presence of underlying conditions or comorbidities, at times this is not a straightforward issue. Their evidence will also address what treatment or care could have been provided for the residents, either in the home or in hospital, and what impact those levels of treatment may have had on each of the residents. Finally, Professor Joseph Ibrahim will give evidence from his perspective as a geriatrician and a public health specialist, and he has given evidence before the Royal Commission on these important topics. But first, we intend to hear some evidence from family members of those who passed away. Before I call the first witness in that category, it's understood that both Anglicare and New South Wales Health wish to be given the opportunity to present a statement to the inquests. After that, I will proceed to call the first witness, Ms Susan O'Neill, who is the daughter of Ray Jennings. Lastly, can I add this? The scope of the hearing is extensive because of the significant number of deaths being investigated by Your Honour. Your Honour is assisted by a counsel assisting team which includes Ms Martois and Mr Harris. It is proposed that there will be a division of labour between the counsel assisting team in respect of questioning witnesses.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honour.
Ms Richardson would now be a convenient opportunity.
Anglican Community Services wishes to extend its sincere condolences to the family and friends of the 19 residents of Newmarch House who passed away during the COVID-19 outbreak in 2020. Anglicare acknowledges that the circumstances in which family members of Newmarch House lost their mothers, fathers, grandparents, partners or friends made the loss much greater. For the residents and their families, the physical separation from their loved ones and intense distress and worry about them was traumatic. Anglicare is sorry for the distress experienced during the outbreak by the residents of Newmarch House and their families and friends. Anglicare acknowledges that this was a time of intense anxiety and uncertainty for all of those involved in the outbreak. Anglicare wishes to acknowledge the personal sacrifice and compassion of all of those people who supported Newmarch House during the outbreak and thank them for their contribution.
Thank you, Ms Richardson. Mr Fordham.
Thank you. Does Your Honour mind if I stand over here?
Of course.
Thank you. New South Wales Health acknowledges the devastating impact that the COVID-19 outbreak at Newmarch House had on the residents, families and staff, particularly the families' ability to be involved in the care and decision-making with and for their loved ones. The loss of 19 lives was tragic. The tragedy was made worse by the lack of effective communication. New South Wales Health is sorry for the distress caused and deeply sorry for the loss suffered by each and every family member and carer.
Thank you, Mr Fordham.
Your Honour, before I call the first witness, I tendered the brief of evidence.
Thank you. I'll just check with the legal representatives. Ms Furness, is there any objection to the tender of the brief of evidence?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr Fordham, any objection?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms Richardson?
No objection.
Thank you. Mr Palfrey, is there any objection to the tender of the brief of evidence? I might just check. Mr Palfrey, Mr Clark, are you still both on the remote connection?
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms Clark, do you have any objection to the tender of the brief of evidence?
No objections, Your Honour.
All right, very well. Mr Palfrey, are you on the remote connection? All right. I think indications given that the equipment shows that Ms Palfrey is connected, there may be some difficulty of a technical nature. At this stage, I can provisionally... I can provisionally admit the brief as Exhibit 1 in the proceedings, subject to receiving an... Oh, here we go. Sorry, Mr. Palfrey, can you hear me clearly and see the courtroom on the screen in front of you?
Can you hear me? Apologies.
No, not at all. Yes, I can hear you.
Apologies for the technical difficulties. There's no objection, Your Honour.
Very well, thank you very much. In that case, then, the brief of evidence will be Exhibit 1 in the proceedings.
Thank you. It's not in Your Honour, I understand that the PowerPoint display that was played during the opening,
Yes.
showing the site of infection, that electronic file is not in the brief of evidence, so I seek to tender that that evidence as well. Excuse me for 1 moment. What form is it in?
It's electronic.
It's an electronic. It's an electronic file on a USB stick.
I see. Very well.
Tender that.
All right. I'll just inquire with the legal representatives again. Ms. Furness, any objection?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Fordham? Ms. Richardson, any objection?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, any objection to that PowerPoint presentation being tendered?
No objection.
Thank you. And Ms. Clark, any objection?
No objection.
All right. Thank you. Well, in that case, then, the electronic file of the PowerPoint presentation on the USB drive will be Exhibit 2 in the proceedings.
Thank you. Your Honour, I call Susan O'Neill.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. You're welcome to remove your mask if that's more comfortable.
Thank you.
Is your name Susan O'Neill?
Yes, it is.
And can you hear me clearly from that great distance?
Yes.
Ms. O'Neill, you are the daughter of Ray Jennings, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard that Ray was the first resident to pass away during the outbreak.
Yes.
Is it your preference that we refer to your father as Ray during the course of your
That's what he was known as.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill, you provided a statement to the police as part of the Coronial investigation process, right?
Yes.
You gave that statement back in August of 2020.
Right.
Can I ask you what your occupation was when you were in employment?
For most of my working life, I worked for the Department of Defence at the RAF base at Richmond in a financial role supporting aircrew.
Thank you. We have your statement in the brief of evidence, and you can take it that we also have documents that you provided to the investigators.
Yes.
And that includes some diary notes that you prepared, some summaries of Zoom meetings that you participated in after the outbreak. You collected emails that were provided to you by Anglicare.
Yes.
And you also created a COVID timeline, which is a chronological summary
Yes.
of matters relating to Ray and the COVID
That's right.
illness. So clearly you are someone who takes careful notes.
I do. I don't trust my memory anymore.
Just by way of background, Ray's health declined in 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your statement to paragraph 10, you refer specifically to Ray becoming very ill with shingles.
Yes.
Was that a turning point?
It was definitely a turning point.
All right. And did that result in an escalation of the care that Ray needed?
Very much so.
All
Yes.
right. And in paragraph 10, you set out how he went to hospital and a rehabilitation hospital,
Yes.
and then to an Angley Care facility in Castle Hill.
That's right.
And after a room became available at Newmarch House in August of 2018, that he asked to be transferred to Newmarch House.
Yes.
And it's the case that that was a place that he very much wanted to be, and you wanted him very much to be. Is that
Yes,
right?
because it was closer to where I lived in Penrith.
Was there another reason why you wanted him to be there?
No, really. He just expressed a desire to be closer to the family. So I wouldn't have so much travelling to do. And also my brother lives in Bathurst, so it's a little bit closer for him too.
And what had you heard about Newmarch House at that stage? What was its reputation?
I'd heard generally it had a very good reputation, but as soon as we're in that position, I talked to two people I really trusted. One whose mother had been in Newmarch House, and a health professional who went into Newmarch House to help the residents. Both spoke very highly of the facility. One said if they were in my position, Newmarch House would be the only place in the whole region that they would be happy to have their mother or father. So, yeah, I trusted their opinions. It was part of the Anglicare system, which Dad wanted to stay with, and it was close to home.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Ray's health,
Yes.
just generally,
Yes.
at the time that he was admitted to Newmarch House.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the case that, first of all, he was frail?
He was, yes.
And at the time he went to Newmarch, he was bedbound, is that right?
Yes.
He suffered from a number of conditions. Parkinson's
Yes.
disease, some artery disease.
As I found out later, yes.
Yes. Some other coronary complications like ischemic heart disease.
Yes, well,
Hypertension. Not sure about that one. Okay. He had had some skin cancers,
oh yes, several, yes.
which had required surgical removal on occasion.
Some of them had, yes.
There was some hearing and visual loss impairment.
Oh yes, yes.
How significant were those at the time that he went into Newmarch?
Well, he had hearing aids, which
Yes.
helped. His vision was was deteriorating. He could still see, but we'd actually contemplated getting cataract surgery for him. This was a couple of years prior.
Yes.
And he decided not to go ahead. So his vision wasn't great, but it was okay. He could watch the TV. And
he went into a high level of care.
yes, he did.
And is it the case, will you tell me, how was it that he would get the attention of carers in the home?
Well, he would buzz, but if they didn't come, he tended to clap.
Right.
Or sort of rattle the barriers on his bed. Yeah.
In March of 2020, specifically 26 March 2020, the medical records suggest that your father was seen by a geriatrician named Dr. Amit Gupta.
Yeah, I have no recollection of that. I don't know why he was seen by him. I don't think we were ever told.
Were you informed that Dr. Gupta's view was that Ray had likely moderate vascular or Parkinson's dementia?
No. That was news to me when I read it in some of the documents.
All right. If I can just track forward in time, moving away from the time that he's admitted to the time just before he became COVID positive, that time frame. What was his level of cognition like at that time?
It was fine. I never saw any signs of dementia. He would get a bit forgetful at times. He'd say sometimes that, you know, they haven't bought me my tablets, and I'd go and check, and yes, they had, but just a couple of episodes like that. Apart from that, he was fine. We'd talk about the football, or we'd talk about what was going on in the news. To me, he had no real signs of dementia.
Did he appear to be, when you say he talked about the news and football,
Yeah.
did he appear to be keeping up to date with current
Yes, he
affairs?
did. Yeah.
You're able to maintain meaningful conversations with him?
Oh, yes, always.
He was able to articulate himself clearly, was he?
Very clearly, yes.
Were there moments that he didn't understand what you were saying? And again, I'm directing you to just that period of time, just before he became COVID positive.
No. I think he may, I don't know if it was just in that period. He had a couple of urinary tract infections.
Yes.
And during them, he tended to hallucinate, which I was told was a symptom of a urinary tract infection in an elderly sort of person. And I think maybe in that time he might have had one of those sort of episodes.
How many episodes had he had of that kind?
I think
before
3.
April 2020? I'm sorry, I cut you off there, Ms. O'Neill. Did you say, I think, 3?
I think 3, but that was over a period. If you're talking about just April, might have been just 1.
No, I'm interested in the period.
Oh, yeah, just maybe 3 times.
Right.
But it happened in the 18 months he was there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And your impression, did you speak to him during those?
I was with him a couple of times.
And you felt that he was hallucinating?
Oh, and I know he was.
Right. And how do you know that?
He was talking about people who had passed away coming into his room, like relatives. He was hearing music that wasn't there, he could see. things in his room that, weren't there. But he always responded well to the antibiotics, and within a couple of days he was back to normal.
Right. Was he? We know that he was bedbound.
Yes.
Could he move around with assistance?
What, within the bed?
No, within the home.
Oh, if he was in a wheelchair, yes.
All right, but without a wheelchair, he was.
No,
he
he
not
couldn't. He couldn't walk at all.
I asked you earlier about his frailty.
Yes.
I know it's not easy to describe these things, but just in your own words, how frail was he in that period of around April 2020?
Well, he was fairly thin. He couldn't walk unaided. He could eat. He was eating normally. But yeah, I don't know, he was frail.
Was it your impression that he had capacity to make decisions about his own treatment?
Yes. Yes.
Did you think that he could, and this is your impression, of course, that he could understand conversations about the types of treatment he could receive?
Yes.
Did you have discussions with him on those topics at times?
Not that I can recall, because he was going okay. I mean, he was all right. I don't think we needed to have conversations.
Just picking up on those words you just said a moment ago, Ms. O'Neill, that he was going okay, he was all right. I mean, as at April 2020, did you feel that he was that he was terminally frail at that point in time, or did you still?
No,
did you think that he had some more time in him?
I absolutely thought he had more time. I know he was frail, but really I can only describe it as I thought he was okay and that he had much more time. I don't know how much time, but more time, yeah.
There are in the evidence, in the written evidence, some advanced care plan documents.
Yes.
And you address these advanced care plans in the statement that you prepared with the police. Specifically at paragraph 22, for the benefit of those present. What you said in your statement, Ms. O'Neill, was that the family and you made Dad an end-of-life plan during respite prior to his arrival at Newmarch, and that was then reviewed upon admission to Newmarch and updated during a medication review by the care manager of Newmarch in February of 2020. And then you go on to say this: it was Dad's wishes not to be taken to hospital, and this was fully supported by the family.
Yes.
This was his pre and post-COVID-19 outbreak. This was his view, pre and post-COVID-19 outbreak, and no changes were made when the plan was updated in February 2020.
Correct.
So can I take it from that, and in particular the part where you talk about it being both the family's wishes but also your father's wishes, that there were discussions with Ray about these topics at some point in time?
At some point, yeah.
And Ray had expressed that he didn't want to go to hospital.
Yes.
In each of the advanced care plans that we have that were filled out with Anglicare, those plans are under your name,
Yes.
and you signed each of them on different dates. For example, on the 21st of November 2019.
Okay.
So it was a situation where you were providing information for that plan on your father's behalf, correct?
Yes.
And that was done in conjunction with Ray's GP, Dr. Dharmaratnam, right?
Yes.
And a box was ticked. I won't go through the entire form, but a box was ticked which said this: I do not wish to receive oral antibiotics except to promote my comfort.
Yes, that's right.
And another box was ticked saying, I do not wish to be transferred to hospital except to maintain comfort. I prefer to remain in my place of residence following a palliative care plan, the priority being my comfort and dignity.
Yes.
This type of form that you were filling out was one that was prepared by Anglicare. There were
Yes.
a certain number of options available. But does it follow from that that the general position was Ray didn't want, and the family didn't want for Ray to go to hospital if he became very unwell,
Yes.
except if that was necessary to maintain his comfort? Is that right?
I think so.
And again, with the oral antibiotics, for example, I do not wish to receive oral antibiotics except to promote my comfort. When these forms were filled out by you, were there discussions with doctors or staff at Anglicare about what these items meant?
Not really, no.
How is it that you came to choose a particular option?
Just thinking, we knew Dad's wishes
Yeah.
in general, but I think just in consultation with my brother, we filled it out.
I indicated to you that in those two items on the form, that those words are there, except to promote my comfort or except to maintain comfort, right? I don't want to go to hospital except to maintain comfort. I don't want oral antibiotics except to promote my comfort. Did those words mean anything to you in particular?
I don't know, but
I suppose what I'm asking is, sorry, I didn't mean to.
no, go on.
What I'm asking is whether you had any expectations about those matters.
If I had expectations of him having to go to hospital,
Yeah, and in particular to promote or maintain comfort. Do you have any expectations in
not
that
at the
respect?
time. No.
I'm just going to change topic and ask just about the way you used to communicate with Ray while he was at Newmarch House. You would, or members of your family would visit Ray regularly during his time at Newmarch,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And before the outbreak occurred, Ray was enjoying visits from the family every day except Sunday. Is that what the general pattern was?
Yeah, it was.
On an average visit, how long would you stay with Ray?
Probably a couple of hours. Usually in the afternoon, but sometimes in the morning.
And was that in his room or in other parts of the home?
No, in his room. He didn't really want to leave his room.
Ray also had a mobile phone, is that right?
Certainly did.
And did he like to use it?
Yes, he did.
How often, let's think about that time period, early 2020, how often was Ray ringing you, on average, with a mobile phone?
If I'd visited that day, he may not ring, but it could be every day.
Would he phone you?
He phoned us, my brother or I, yeah, and we phoned him.
How often would you phone him?
Maybe every day or every second day, depending on, what was going on, how long I'd spent with him, or if there was an issue or something.
Right. So is it the case, Ms. O'Neill, that you, generally speaking, spoke to Ray every day?
Yes.
In the period up to the time he tested positive for COVID?
Yes. Including Sunday when we didn't actually visit, but we'd speak to him on the phone.
Now, things changed at the home on the 23rd of March when it went into lockdown, correct?
Lockdown, yes.
From that point onwards, visits were confined to visits at the window.
Yes.
Obviously, some of the people in the court, relatives of family, experienced that type of situation, but many of us weren't there. Can you just describe to us how that actually worked?
Well, as soon as it went into lockdown, we knew that Dad had a window facing to the outside and that there was a little path that ran around the building. So I think there was nothing said officially. We just took it upon ourselves to go and go to his window, talk to him through the fly screen.
So was the window open, the glass window?
It had to be opened by a member of staff, otherwise it wasn't. So what was happening is I'd go to the front door, I'd buzz, I'd say, could someone go round to Ray Jennings in A26 and open the window so I could talk to him through the fly screen? And they'd pull the curtains back, open the window, and I was able to visit him that way.
Ray was bedbound, I take it.
Oh, yes.
Would Ray see you if you're at the window?
Well, yeah, he did. I don't know how well he could see me through the fly screen, but he did, yeah.
Were you able to hold conversations in that way?
Yes.
You could hear him clearly?
Yes. The visits were not very long, but I just wanted him to know that we were still there. We were still caring for him. And just because I couldn't visit him in his room, we were still there.
While window visits were permitted, how often were you seeing Ray in that way?
Just, the usual 5 times a week. My brother would come up from Bathurst on a Wednesday. He'd do the Wednesday visit. We'd both be there on the Thursday. So I don't think we both visited him at the window. It was just one or the other because of the lack of room and that.
But at that particular point in time, you were still seeing or speaking to Ray with the same frequency,
Yes,
but the visits were shorter because...
very, very short. Probably because he couldn't quite hear me as clearly as if I was in the room. And I know, I think it might have been the last visit. He wanted me to go because it was a sunny day and I didn't have a hat. So he didn't want me sitting in the sun too long.
When was the last time you had a window visit with Ray?
I'd have to look at my notes. Would you mind?
I certainly don't mind you looking at your notes.
The 9th of April was the last time, because I think after that they stopped the window visits.
In your statement at paragraph 20, it says that on April 12, the window visits were no longer permitted. So that's
Yes.
quite close in time to the 9th of April, 3 days
Yes.
away.
Yes.
And after were you told that you couldn't conduct those visits anymore? Is that what happened?
Yes, it may have come out in an email from Anglica. I can't remember, but I was told that there was to be no more window visits.
And after you were informed somehow that,
Yes.
that window visits had to stop,
Yes.
you abided by that direction?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
After the window visits stopped, did you still have telephone contact with Ray?
We did. Yes.
And Ray was still able to telephone you?
Yes. And we telephoned him, but he sometimes didn't have his phone on, so
Right.
sometimes it was a bit frustrating to get through.
But just looking, first of all, at that period of time, shortly after or around the time window
Yeah.
visits stopped,
Yes.
when you used to ring Ray,
Yes.
what proportion of the times would he actually pick up the phone?
Gosh,
I know it's just an estimate, but...
I don't know, maybe half the time.
Right. And at that time, were you able to hold conversations with him?
Yes. Yes.
Did he tell you about what was happening in the home at the time?
I think he mentioned at one stage that they were all the staff wearing masks. But he didn't really. He really just wanted to know how the family was, which was always his concern.
Do you think he understood that there was a COVID lockdown in place?
I don't know.
Did you ever talk about it with him?
No, not really.
Were there discussions?
Look, I think I did, because I explained that's why we weren't there, because the place was in lockdown and that was to keep him safe. I tried to put it in a positive way.
Right. Did he respond in any way when you had that conversation?
I think he understood.
When do you think was the last time that you spoke with Ray on the phone? And please feel free to
No, it's okay.
look at your notes as well if you
15th
need
of
to.
April.
15th of April.
Yes.
So do you think there was relatively regular phone contact with Ray between the 11th and the 15th of April?
Yes, as far as I can remember. Perhaps very brief, but there were. Actually, from my notes on the 13th, I think he phoned my brother to say he couldn't move. There was something wrong and he couldn't move. And then we were wondering really what was going on. But the last time I spoke to him was twice on the 15th. And it was, both calls were from him to me.
I'm going to come to those calls in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go back a couple of days first
Mm-hmm.
to the 13th of April 2020.
Yes.
And perhaps just to introduce what was happening, have you got your statement with you? Is that it?
Yes.
With that timeline that you prepared, the COVID timeline?
Yes.
If I can ask you just to turn to that timeline.
Yes.
You see there it says next to 13 April, distressing phone call from Dad. I can't move. Could be hallucinating again, possibly another UTI.
Mm-hmm.
Called GP, who said he was not allowed to go into Newmarch, but said he would contact the RN.
That's right.
All right, so first of all, do the words distressing phone call from Dad indicate that he called you?
I think he called my brother.
Were you with your brother at the time or not?
Sorry.
Were you with your brother at the time or not with him?
No.
So is it the case that your brother then told you what had happened
Yes.
during the phone call?
Yeah, he phoned me and said he'd had this call from Dad.
Right. And your brother told you that your dad had said something along the lines of, I can't move.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you speak to Ray about around this time?
I don't think I did.
You, in your notes, raised the possibility that he could have been hallucinating again.
Well, I thought it might have been. Yes.
And that's because he had had those previous episodes
Yes.
around the times that he had a urinary tract infection.
Yes.
Were you told by a doctor on those occasions that he had a urinary tract infection? This
Yes.
wasn't surmised by you?
No. It was confirmed by urine tests.
Okay. And your thought was maybe the same thing's going on here?
I thought it might have been.
It then says you called the GP,
Yes.
that Dr. Dharma Ratnam,
Yes.
Manoj,
Yeah. Manoj. Yes.
Manoj, and is that you who called him or your brother?
Yes, I did.
And he told you that he wasn't allowed to go into Newmarch,
That's right.
but he said that he would contact the RN, a registered nurse.
Yes.
Do you know whether that happened?
No, I don't.
Do you remember receiving a call from any nurse on that day?
No, I don't.
In your timeline, there's no notation that you did receive a call from a nurse.
No, I don't think I did.
Right.
I would have noted it.
What was the purpose of the COVID timeline, this document, creating this document?
I don't know. That's just me. I tend to make lists and notes. I thought as soon as COVID came into Newmarch, I'd better just record things as they happened.
Okay.
And I'm glad I did because I wouldn't remember half of them now.
We're also glad you made these notes. On the 14th of April, that's the next entry in your note.
Yes.
It indicates that you spoke to Melinda, manager.
Yes.
Now that's Melinda Burns, is that
Yes.
right? And at this stage, did you have a relationship with Ms. Burns?
We had a very good relationship with her right from the beginning.
She's someone you trusted.
Very much so.
And my recollection is that in your statement you say that she was someone who really advocated for the rights of residents in Newmarch
Yes.
Home.
Yes. She really put the residents first.
So on that occasion you had a conversation with Melinda about COVID.
Yes, because we'd got email from Anglicare saying that there were residents with COVID. I wanted to know what part of the facility they were. And during that conversation, she told me that they were in the Lawson wing and Dad was in Blaxland. So it sort of put my mind at ease, and I thought, well, they're in Lawson, they'll be contained in Lawson. Wrong assumption, but that's what I felt at the time.
At that stage, you hadn't been told that Ray was positive?
No, I know. I think that was the day that they were tested, on the 14th.
Your recollection there is correct. Mm-hmm. There was testing conducted on the 14th of April across the board. Mm. And indeed, in your statement on paragraph 27, you give evidence that during the phone call, Ms Burns told you that the residents had been tested for COVID-19.
Yes.
Now, what your note at the end in the timeline indicates is that you're also able to speak to your father on the phone at that time. Do you see those words there? Spoke to Dad on the phone?
Yeah. That day, he called me at 8 o'clock at night. He seemed to think it was morning and that he hadn't had breakfast.
That was on the 14th?
That was the 14th.
So
apart from that, it was sort of a normal conversation, but I thought maybe this was part of the urinary tract infection that he may or may not have.
You kept a diary?
Yes.
And under the date 14 April, after describing or summarising the conversation with Melinda Burns, it then has point number 2, and this is what you wrote. Dad called at 8 p.m, thought it was morning and hadn't had breakfast. More normal conversation.
Yeah.
What did you mean by more normal conversation? More normal than what?
More normal. Well, apart from him thinking it was morning, he didn't seem to be speaking like he was having hallucinations or anything. It was sort of a straightforward conversation. Yes, it was morning. He hadn't had breakfast, but he was going okay and there was no other issues.
Apart from confusion over the time?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit of confusion.
He was otherwise lucid in the conversation?
Yes, yeah.
But are you able to estimate in rough terms how long that phone call was?
Oh, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah. Then moving to the next day, 15 April, you had more than one telephone call with your father on that day, is that correct?
Yeah, he rang me twice.
He rang you?
Yes.
And your diary entry at one point says, Dad called at 9 a.m, hadn't had breakfast, but it came in as we were talking.
Yes.
So did he ring to complain sometimes?
No. Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. So he was complaining about not having breakfast, but while this mid-complaint, breakfast was served.
Yes.
And at point 2, you say, Dad phoned Glenn later in the morning, good conversation.
Yes.
That I assume you had a conversation with Glenn after the event. So you'd had a conversation with your father and Glenn had that morning?
Yes.
And did he appear lucid on those calls?
Yeah, well, he did, yes.
Was there anything that caused you concern in those calls?
No.
That he was in terribly poor health or anything like that?
No, nothing. It was fairly normal.
Now, that call that you had with your father, or the calls, because you refer in the notes to 2 calls.
Yes, because there was one later in the evening, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So how was that evening call?
That was fine. That was to tell me that his TV wasn't working.
Right. But that's what's under point 3. Dad called me at early PM to say his TV wasn't working, but
Yes.
again, as he was mid description of that problem, someone came in and fixed
Someone
his
was
TV.
coming in and he said, "It's okay, someone's here," and he hung up.
Right, okay. And again, your general impression, he sounded okay at that time?
Yes, he did. He did.
Did he say anything to you at all about this COVID situation or the outbreak or anything
No.
like that during the calls?
No.
Did you speak with any nurses or anyone from Newmarch on the 15th of April?
No.
Were you told anything about a fall? As in Ray having a fall?
No.
If you'd been told that Ray had had a fall, is that something you think you would have noted down?
Oh, most definitely. I read that in some of the progress notes, and it came as a surprise to me.
So your recollection is nothing was raised with you at the time
No.
about that? No. On the 16th of April, the very next day, you were called by a nurse in the morning and informed that Ray had tested positive for COVID.
Yes. I might say that came as a great shock.
Why? Why did it come as a shock?
Well, for 2 reasons. One, that I was remembering Melinda said that the cases were in Lawson. So I thought, and I hadn't been told differently, so I thought they were still in Lawson. And on the 15th, we got an email from Anglicare, which said that I think there were 9 cases and that all families of positive residents had been notified. I hadn't been notified, so I assumed that Dad was okay. And then the next morning I got the call to say he was positive, so that was a big shock.
Do you remember who the nurse was who called you at that time?
No.
Now, following that notification about the positive test, you then had a call, first of all, with the GP?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
Dr. Dharmaratnam?
Yes.
And did he call you or did you call the GP?
He called me.
And during that call, did he arrange for there to be a conference call later that afternoon?
Yes. Yes. He told me that there would be a conference call.
All right. Had Dr. Dharmaratnam been to see Ray at that time?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Okay. You then had that conference call in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Now, in your statement, you provide some detail about that call.
Mm-hmm.
This is paragraph 29.
Okay.
What it says is this: during the conference call, I was asked specifically by. I'll go back a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Later that day, I received a phone call from Dad's GP, Dr. Dharmaratnam, the record DHARMARATNAM, who told me that there would be a conference call at midday with him and a specialist from Nepean Hospital. During that conference call, I was asked specifically by the specialist what Dad's end-of-life plan was and what the family wanted to do in a worst-case scenario.
Yes.
I confirmed that we did not want Dad taken to hospital and that this was his wish.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted him to be treated at Newmarch under palliative care.
Yes.
So do you remember that
Yes.
conference call?
I do.
And you remember having that particular conversation about your wishes
Yes.
if things turn badly for Ray?
Yes.
Was Ray involved in that conference call?
No.
Do you remember? Is it the case you weren't told the name of the specialist, or you just
No.
can't remember it?
I remember it being a very bad line, and I didn't catch his name. And I really didn't I didn't ask him to clarify it. Because really I was in a bit of a shock at the time.
There's a medical progress note,
Mm-hmm.
which concerns Dr. Dharmaratnam. Dated 16 April, time 12 noon.
Yes.
And it says next to that entry, case conference, Dr. Kakat, who's a doctor.
Yes.
And then Ms. Susie issues.
You
You're probably Ms. Susie.
He called me Susie.
Right. What Dr. Dharmaratnam noted down in the notes is he is to be managed at the nursing home in the event of deterioration. He is not for intubation, CPR or ICU admission.
Right.
So those last matters, intubation, CPR, ICU, really talk about intensive care procedures in the hospital.
Yes.
He is to be managed by hospital in the home treatment. Says that there. During the conference call, was hospital in the home discussed with you, that idea?
No, it wasn't discussed. I think they mentioned it and it kind of went over my head at the time.
Right.
I caught it, but there was certainly no discussion about what it was or did I agree to it or anything.
Did you understand at that time what hospital in the home was?
No.
Had you ever had any contact with that type of program before?
No. No.
And your recollection is that there was no, apart from it being mentioned, there was no conversation in any detail about it?
No.
Doctor, the note then says this, anyway changes the family to be contacted and kept in the loop.
Yes.
Do you remember something being said about being kept in the loop about things?
Oh, I think I asked to be kept in the loop.
Right.
Yes.
Is that something you might have said? If anything changes in any way, you want to be kept in the loop, something along those lines. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, but I would have said something like that because I wanted to be kept informed.
All right. Then the note then says he will be given low flow oxygen. Was it your understanding that he was going to be given oxygen? Or you don't know?
I don't remember.
Do you remember a conversation about antibiotics?
No.
The note says also, if he has any infection, they will manage him in Newmarch House with antibiotics. He will be managed palliatively.
Right.
I mean, I'm asking you questions about notes created by someone else.
Yes, I know.
And it's not clear what you were told as opposed to what was written down by the doctor as a direction to others.
I don't think I was told any of that.
Right.
But if I had been asked, I would have agreed.
You would have agreed with that?
Yes.
You would have agreed to keep him at Newmarch House?
Yes.
You would have agreed that if antibiotics had to be given for his comfort,
Just for his comfort, yes.
that could happen at Newmarch
Yes.
House,
Yes.
and that the priority was that he be given, if things worsened,
Yes.
palliative
Yes.
care.
Yes.
It then says this: Susie has the following questions. Forgive me for the Susie part, but this seems to indicate these were questions that you asked.
I did.
What symptoms does he have? Do you remember what you're told there?
I asked all these of the GP, and I think he said he couldn't give me the answers, but he would get someone from Newmarch to give me a call.
Right. So there is a list of questions without answers.
Yes.
They include what symptoms he had, were they mild or severe, what's the timeline for the virus, does Dad know about the situation that he's positive,
Yes.
is he conscious, worst case scenario, will they be allowed to come and see their father?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a concern you had at the time?
Yeah, I did.
Does he understand what's going on? Will there be a point of contact?
Yes.
What the note says towards the end is that nursing home is requested to give her a call and answer them.
Yes. That's what he told me
Right.
would happen.
And also, we have explained to Susie the symptoms this illness shows, management forward, and the supportive measures in place in the event of worsening symptoms.
Mm.
That seems to suggest that some explanation was given to you.
It does suggest that.
But do you have a recollection of that type of explanation being given to you?
No. I know I never got a call.
That was the next question I was going to ask.
Yeah, sorry.
Whether you did get a call back
No.
that day, for example, from someone at Newmarch House to answer those questions. Your diary, just in respect of something that you said earlier in your evidence, does record conference call with Dr. M and special, and the words are cut out on the right margin because of the copying.
All right.
But I assume it would have said specialist from Nepean Hospital, very bad, and it says LIN.
Very bad line.
That was probably the reference to there being a very bad line.
Yes.
Now, just turning to the next day then, which is the 17th.
Yes.
On that day, you did receive a call from Dr. Branley.
I did.
And he gave you advice that Ray would not recover.
He said in his opinion he would not recover.
The note that you've kept at made in your timeline document says he referred to the hospital in the home but did not explain the concept.
Again.
You put in parentheses after that, perhaps because he thought I already knew about it.
Yeah.
All right. So again, there was a mention of hospital in the home.
There was.
But do you recall any explanation being given as to what it
No.
involved?
I must admit I should have asked, but I didn't.
I
think I just took it that he was being cared for in the home as we had requested.
Was anything said to you about the level of care that he would receive as compared with a hospital, for example?
No.
Was anything said to you about whether you had a choice on your father's behalf, on Ray's behalf, in terms of treatment?
No, I don't think so.
But your position at that stage in any event was that you didn't want him to go to hospital?
That's right.
Okay. I just ask you, as Ray's daughter and someone who was filling out the advanced care plans on his behalf and advocating on his behalf, as a close family member. What were your key priorities at this time in terms of Ray's treatment?
That he would be kept comfortable in his familiar surroundings.
Yes.
Dad always hated hospitals. And I thought if he had COVID and he was not going to recover, I wanted him to stay where he was.
On that day, you okay to continue?
Yes, oh yes.
On that day, you also rang Melinda Burns.
Yes.
And, sorry, I should go back just before we leave the call with Dr. Branley. He also gave you some further information about Ray's condition, correct?
Yes, he did.
That he wasn't experiencing breathing difficulties, but the problem was that he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his
That's all right. He said he had visited with Dad. Dad wasn't communicating, but the doctor had spoken to him.
Yes.
He seemed to be calm and comfortable. He wasn't experiencing breathing difficulties. I think he still had a bit of a fever, but the problem was that he wasn't getting enough oxygen.
Did Dr. Bradley tell you when it was that he saw your dad? Was it on the 17th, that day, or some other time?
I don't remember. I probably assumed it was that day, but I don't know.
Not sure.
I'm not sure. He also said that if he made it through the weekend, he'd probably have a good chance of recovery. I mean, he could recover.
Would recover.
He could recover. But in his opinion, he probably wouldn't.
In your conversation with Melinda, did you ask for assurance of some kind that you'd be able to be with your father if he were to deteriorate further?
Yes, I did.
And were you told by Ms. Burns, I'm looking at paragraph 31 of your statement, that two families would be allowed to be with Ray,
Yes,
but you'd have to wear full PPE?
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
What did you say to that?
I said that would be fine.
You're prepared to do that?
We would do that if it came to that.
And you asked her to take the message to Ray, sending your love to him, is that
Yes.
right? And Melinda Burns rang you back later to pass on the message that your father had acknowledged the message and passed on his love to you too.
That's right.
Was there a reason why you couldn't speak to him on his phone at that time?
I don't know.
Did you,
I
did you ask if you could speak to him on the phone?
No, I didn't.
You say in your statement it meant a great deal to you that those messages were passed back and
Yes.
forth.
I did.
I mean, this might be obvious, but can you just tell His Honour why that type of communication meant a lot to you?
Well, I was with my mum when she passed away.
Yeah.
I was there with her. I always wanted to be with Dad. When it was his time, I knew I couldn't be. So this was sort of the closest thing I could do, was to at least let him know that we loved him and we were thinking of him.
You say you knew you couldn't be with him, but you had asked Ms. Burns Melinda,
Yes.
if you could.
Yeah, if he was
deteriorating.
deteriorating to that point where they thought, you know, he had hours to live or something.
Yes.
Yes.
So you had an expectation if things went that way,
Yes.
that you'd get a call and be able to come in.
Yes. Yes.
And did that never happen, did it?
Well, it never happened because he passed away the next morning. Yeah.
You received a call late in the afternoon of Friday the 17th from an agency nurse.
Yes.
Whose name you're not sure about.
Who I now know who it was.
And who was that?
Emma Cardwell.
Right. And she rang you to personally give you an update about Ray?
She did. Said she was going off shift, but she wanted to talk to me and let me know how he was.
I take it you greatly appreciated receiving a call.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It was important for you to be updated with information like
yes,
that.
I was very appreciative of her call.
And Nurse Cardwell told you that she had managed to get him to drink a little water, but he wasn't eating.
That's right.
And that in her opinion, he'd been doing slightly better in the evening than at the start of the day.
Yeah.
Had you ever met Nurse Cardwell before then?
I wouldn't know her if I bumped into her.
But then, tragically, on the next morning,
yes,
the 18th, your brother received a telephone call from an agency temp.
Yes, we don't know who it was.
And your brother was informed that Ray had passed away.
Yes.
He called you afterwards, your brother?
Yes.
You were the primary carer. It was your expectation that you'd be contacted.
Yes.
But
I got all the other phone calls. I don't know why they phoned Glenn instead of me, but they did.
just going back to that telephone call from Nurse Cardwell,
yes,
the evening before or the afternoon before, you actually made a diary note of
yeah, I did.
Were these contemporaneous notes that you're making? In other words, were they notes you made soon after events occurred?
Oh, yeah, straight away.
Straight away. It says, call from agency RN, who had been looking after Dad that day. He was doing a bit better than the morning. She had spent 10 minutes trying to understand what he wanted done with the blanket. It had to be straightened. Typical Dad.
Absolutely.
Right.
Things had to be a certain way. I mean, he was an engineer. That was his...
That was going to be my next question.
That was his mindset. Yeah.
So
apparently she probably couldn't understand, which a lot of the care workers didn't quite know what he wanted, but apparently he wanted his blanket straightened, you know, with the seam going straight down the middle.
Does that suggest to you that his decline to death was quite rapid?
What?
In the sense that the next morning he passed away?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Another shock.
You received calls on the 19th, from Melanie, the chaplain at Newmarch.
Yes.
You also received a telephone call from Grant Millard, who is the CEO of Newmarch House, to express their condolences to you.
Yes.
But in terms of further information about what happened to Ray, you received that information by way of a chance encounter.
That's right.
You were laying flowers outside Newmarch with your daughter Claire, is that right? And Dr. Brownlee just happened to be driving out of the facility at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And he got out of the car and had a conversation with you.
Yes.
And that conversation went into some detail about your father's...
Not a lot of detail.
Not a lot of detail.
I think he stopped because he saw us with the flowers.
Right.
Came over just to see who we were, and we mentioned who we were and Ray Jennings, and he remembered Dad. But I said, we've got a whole lot of questions about his final day, final hours
Yes.
that have been unanswered. And he said he couldn't tell us on the spot, but that he would go back, review his notes, and then give my daughter a call because she was the one with the mobile phone on the day. So he took her phone number and promised to get back to us with some answers.
And he did indeed
Yes.
call Claire
He did.
later.
Yes, he did.
And then it's a case, isn't it, that Claire composed a relatively lengthy email that went into, that summarised that conversation
Yes.
for you.
Yes, she sent it to the family.
Yeah. And that's an email that can be, it is included in the brief of evidence behind tab 6 of volume 1, particularly at page 22. So you can take it as given, Ms O'Neill, that we have that email.
That's good.
In evidence. Just to finish off, you were asked to make some final reflections about this experience. You noted in your final reflections that you were spared some of the trauma that you think other families went through because Ray passed early in the pandemic. You maintain good feelings about Newmarch.
I do to this day.
And you do to this day. Your feeling is that management tried to do their best in the circumstances.
Yes, yes.
In particular, you singled out Melinda Burns, the manager, as someone who would always fight for the rights of residents.
Yes.
But if you were to make one suggestion for improvement, you're asked to do this, at least in your statement, you singled out what you described as an appalling lack of communication.
Oh, yes. Which we didn't experience, but I know a lot of the other families did. And I can understand how they felt. Because if that had been me, I would have been down with the protest meeting outside Newmarch. I would have been talking to the media. I would have been ringing politicians, anything to get the communication back because it was so important.
But as it were, in your case, you did receive phone calls from the nurse, Ms. Hartwell.
The communications were good in our case.
You were given some information.
Absolutely,
Is there anything further, Ms O'Neill, that you would like to say in evidence to His Honour?
I just feel really sad that Newmarch is going to be always thought of in terms of COVID and deaths when it was such a lovely environment. It was Dad's home. We were happy that he was there. He was well looked after. And I'm just sad that its reputation, deteriorated because of what happened.
Excuse me.
Not all.
Thank you, Your Honour. They're my questions. Thank you. Ms O'Neill, just wait one moment. I'm going to check with the other lawyers whether they might have any questions for you.
Sure.
Ms Clark, just seeking an indication at this stage, knowing the time, whether or not you have any questions for Ms O'Neill.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Palfrey, same question.
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms Furness, do you know whether you had any questions for Ms O'Neill?
No, thank you.
Mr Fordham? Ms Richardson?
No questions, thank you.
All right, very well. Well, Ms O'Neill, there are no more questions for you. Thank you very much again for being here today and remaining engaged in the process. You're welcome to leave your seat now and you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
understand that it might be the case that when Ms Richardson read out the statement from Newmarch House, that family members were not actually able to hear what she was saying. You remember Mr Fordham orientated himself towards the family and spoken to the microphone. It was louder. I understand that Ms Richardson would like to address that issue.
Certainly.
It also wasn't transcribed, so it needs to be dealt with from both perspectives.
Yes, very well.
I will speak into the microphone facing forward, but I don't mean any disrespect to the families that I have my back to them. Anglican Community Services wishes to extend its sincere condolences to the family and friends of the 19 residents of Newmarch House who passed away during the COVID-19 outbreak in 2020. Anglicare acknowledges that the circumstances in which family members of Newmarch House lost their mothers, fathers, grandparents, partners or friends made the loss much greater. For the residents and their families, the physical separation from their loved ones and intense distress and worry about them was traumatic. Anglicare is sorry for the distress experienced during the outbreak by the residents of Newmarch House and their families and friends. Anglicare acknowledges that this was a time of intense anxiety and uncertainty for all those involved in the outbreak. Anglicare wishes to acknowledge the personal sacrifice and compassion of all those people who supported Newmarch House throughout the outbreak and thank them for their contribution.
Thank you again, Ms Richardson.
We didn't quite achieve the progress that we wanted to today, but hopefully we've built into the timetable some extra room, some leeway in case that happens. What's envisaged tomorrow, Your Honour, is that Ms Virginia Clark will give evidence. Hopefully she'll be available tomorrow, and I'm receiving nods. And then there are 3 witnesses who will give evidence in a similar category.
Yes.
Ms Mary Van Putt, Glenn Billinghurst and Mark Fay.
Yes, thank you. All right, well in that case then we will adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.